Hey everyone, and once again welcome to WsCube Tech YouTube channel. Myself Umar Taskir, and from this video onwards I am going to start a video series, or we can say that a video course, a video playlist on one of the most interesting topics in digital marketing, which is search engine optimization or SEO. We have already started this series in Hindi language on our WsCube Tech channel, but from this video onwards you are going to get so many videos about search engine optimization in English language on this channel only, right? So in this video I am going to talk about search engine optimization introduction and the history of SEO, the types of SEO and all those things, the basic concepts. And the great thing about this playlist will be, or this video course will be, that we will be starting from the level 0. If you do not know anything about the search engine optimization, don't worry, you will be knowing so many things after the end of this playlist. So you can see on my laptop screen I have a basic slide which says that introduction, what is SEO. So if we say about the history of SEO, if we talk about the history of the SEO was actually born in year 1991, and around this time only the first website was made. But it was not only the first website. Around 1991, following the first website, there were many websites because internet was getting popular, the websites were getting popular. So as soon as the first website became live, the first website was on the internet, many other websites followed it, just because there were so many websites on the internet. So those two in different fields, in different niches, it was not easy to find your kind of content. So if you want to find your kind of content, it was not that easy, because there were so many websites and there was nothing like structure or accessibility. So this was the actual problem. So the actual problem was there was very large information, there was so much information, but there was no structure, right? So there was a need of a search engine. Now search engine came into pictures, and search engines actually organize the information. So today it became very easy for us. We just go to search engine, we just go to Google, type our query, and then we get the results in the form of the search engine result. But earlier, when the structure was not there, we can also admit that the number of websites that we are having today, or the amount of information that we are having today on internet is too large or too big when we compare it with the previous one. So but still at that time also there was a need of structure and accessibility. So to fulfill the need of the search engine, there were different search engines introduced, and then Yahoo came. But when we talk about the search engine optimization, if we talk about the search engine optimization, actually then the real search engine optimization game started in year 1996, when Larry Page and Brin started building more successful search engine till today. What are you guessing? Do you think that it was Google? No, it was not Google. The earlier name of Google was Backrub, right? So the things not started with the name Google, the things started with the name Backrub. When Backrub actually came into existence, it became Google, right? So Google was not the first name, right? Backrub was the actual search engine, and when the things got registered, when it got domain, when it got registered as a search engine, it got the name Google, right? Now Google came as a search engine. And at that time when Google came, there were different search engines, but those search engines were not actually working on the algorithms. Those search engines were like ranking the web pages based on the keywords, based on the keyword stuffing and all those things. If you have a page, if you have a website and you are going to put 2-3 keywords in the headings, if you are going to put the 2-3 keywords in the title, it was very much easier at that time to get your website, to get your web page ranked. Now here Google actually saw the opportunity, and they started working on the algorithms. They started giving more values to the quality that we actually see today. So this is actually the foundation of search engine optimization, that you have to give quality to your web pages, you have to give quality to your content, you have to put some relevant content. If you want yourself to rank on some keywords, then there should be relevant content for those keywords, and then relevant content and the quality of content. These were all different things on which Google actually started working. So they started making their algorithms, they started working on their algorithms, putting all these things as a foundation. So these were the different points which were actual foundation for the search engine optimization. the great thing about this playlist will be, I'll be very much inclined towards the foundation of the search engine optimization. I'll be not talking about the spammy tricks. Let us come to the definition of the search engine optimization. If someone talks, what is search engine optimization? The search engine optimization is the practice of increasing the numbers and the quality of the visitors to a website by improving the rankings in the algorithmic search engine result. That is what I have just told you, that Google actually started working on algorithmic results. They wanted to show algorithmic results based on the different parameters which we have mentioned over there. Those parameters were actually quality, relevancy and all those things. So they actually started working on the algorithmic parameters. So the basic definition of the search engine optimization, if someone asks me what is search engine optimization? The search engine optimization is actually a process. It's a process so that we can increase the number of the visitors to our website by improving our rankings. That's it. Now, if we talk about the types of SEO is basically how we can do SEO, how can we do search engine optimization, how can we get our websites ranked. So SEO is such a vast topic that we can create like 300 to 400 videos on search engine optimization, not that easy topic. So if we talk about the types of the SEO, kind of a work, the type of a work that we actually do in SEO can be categorized into three main categories. The first one is on-page SEO, the second one is off-page SEO that you can see on my laptop screen. You can see on-page SEO, off-page SEO and then the technical SEO. These are the three activities that we actually do for the search engine optimization to get our website or web page ranked in the search engine result pages on a particular keyword. So user comes, type some keywords and we want our web page to be ranked over there, right? So these are the three main types of the search engine optimization. The first one is on-page SEO. On-page SEO relates to the content on your website. So suppose if you are making any changes on your website, if you are making changes in the H1 tag, for example, if you are making changes in the H1 tag, if you are making changes in the title tag of your website, if you are making changes in the description tag of your website, and why you are making these changes? Because you just want your website to be ranked on certain keywords. So if you are making changes on your website in your content, actually in your content, that it is actually related to on-page SEO. For example, I have taken an example like we can say that title tag, description tag, H1 tag. If you are making changes in all those things, it will be coming under on-page SEO. Now, off-page SEO, on the other hand, if we talk about the off-page SEO techniques, then off-page SEO technique is basically creating backlinks, right? Something very technical is written over here. Off-page SEO techniques help strengthen the influence and relationship of your website with other websites. So we are actually talking about the relationship, and relationship between websites is justified by the backlinks. So off page, if we talk about off page in a single line, then off page is actually about backlinks. So on page, we have seen that what is on page SEO or on page activities, the activities that we are going to do in our content or the main content of the website for the sake of ranking is called as actually on page. And then we have seen off page and technical SEO. Suppose that if you are looking to improve the page speed of your website, and this is something which we can say that technical SEO. So in this video, we have covered what is SEO, what are the different types of SEO, what kind of SEO we are going to do to improve our ranking, and what is actually the history of SEO. We are going to talk about on-page search engine optimization, that is on-page SEO. In the last video, we actually talked about the search engine optimization, the basics of the search engine optimization, how can we do search engine optimization, what are the different types of search engine optimization like on-page, off-page and technical issues. So we had an overview of search engine optimization in the last video. Now from this particular video, we are on the right track and we'll be talking about on-page SEO. We'll be discussing what is on-page SEO. So it will be a basic video about on-page SEO. So let's straight away start with the basic definition of what is on-page SEO. On-page SEO consists of all the elements of SEO that you can control best. The great thing about on-page SEO is when you are trying to rank your website on some keywords, you used to do different activities related with search engine optimization. Those activities are on-page SEO, the activities that we actually do on our website. And when we say we are doing some activities on our website, that is actually related with the content of the website. We are making changes in the content of our website. So when we talked about differentiating on-page SEO and technical SEO, then they actually overlap a bit, because some of the aspects of technical SEO are actually the on-page SEO that we are doing on our website. So primarily, if we talk about what is on-page SEO, then the changes that we actually make in the content of our website is called as on-page SEO for the purpose of improving our rankings in the search engines. When we actually do on-page SEO, suppose if you are having a website, if you are having a new website, then when you are going to start search engine optimization, how you are going to start the search engine optimization, then if we strictly talk about the on-page SEO, then on-page SEO is also done in two ways. One is it is a one-time setup. I mean to say, some of the aspects of on-page SEO are such that you do not have to set up them again and again. You just have to set up them for once, and that's it, right? Then some aspects of on-page SEO are that you have to make regular changes in your content. Suppose if you are writing blogs again and again, then you have to again and again optimize the title of your blog, the description of your blog, the content of your blog, the images in your blog, everything. So every time you are writing a new blog, every time, or we can say that every time you are writing a new post, you have to optimize the different on-page aspects or on-page elements of that particular blog each and every time, right? But suppose if you are applying for the SSL certificate, or you are applying for the HTTPS on your website, it is actually a one-time process. You do not have to again and again apply for the SSL certificate unless it gets expired, right? So on-page SEO is also of two types. One is you are doing on-page SEO for a single time only, actually some elements for a single time only, or you are doing on-page SEO on a regular basis, depending on the frequency of the post and something like those. So when the question comes that when to do on-page SEO, so there are two things, right? One is one-time setup, one-time configuration, another one is once in a while. Then sometimes it is also asked that is it a ongoing process, or do we have to stop it after 3 months, 6 months? How much time we should spend with on-page SEO, or actually SEO? If we talk about SEO, then how much time we should spend with SEO when we are actually done with the SEO? Is it a 3-month process? Is it a 6-month process? Is it a 1-year process? How much we are going to invest in SEO? For the main question that comes about the timing of the SEO, or for how long we should do the SEO, is actually in months. That do we have to do it for 3 months, 6 months, or whatever it is? Let me tell you, if you are ranking at position number 1, the sole purpose of doing SEO, or the on-page SEO, or the off-page SEO, or the technical SEO, anything related to SEO, is actually improve your rankings. Or if you are a new website, then start building your online presence organically. This is actually SEO. If you are an old website, if you are there for like 5 years, from 5 years, from 6 years, from 7 years, and you're ranking at number 1 for different keywords, then also you have to do the search engine optimization, because it's a regular process. You cannot stop doing the search engine optimization once you are ranking for the for some keywords at position number 1, and you are thinking that you will be there for lifetime. It's not possible, because that position is not fixed, right? If you are ranking at position number 1 right now, there is no guarantee that you will be ranking there after 3 months also. You will be ranking there even after 1 day also. Your competitor can overtake you. So there is nothing very rigid regarding the position in the search engine result pages. So if you are ranking on the position number 1 for certain keywords, then also you have to do SEO efforts. Then also you have to keep doing the SEO efforts, on-page SEO efforts, off-page SEOs, as actually they are required, right? So the conclusion from this discussion is that SEO is actually an ongoing process. You cannot stop it. Fine. So now the next question that comes is, okay, we know that on-page SEO is actually making changes into our content for the ranking purpose, but there's so many things in the content. There's H1 tag, there's paragraph, there is text to image ratio, there's image optimization, there's image alt text, there's so many things. There's font nature, font type, font related characteristics when we talk about the making changes in content. Then what are the main elements of on-page SEO? Then let me tell you, there are like 200 elements. There are like 200 elements that can directly or indirectly affect your SEO. These 200 elements, or we can say the 200 factors, are combined factors of on-page and off-page also. But in this particular series, we are going to talk about these 200 factors, right? We will be talking about these 200 factors, but not in a single video. It's not possible to discuss all these things in a single video. So, so throughout this series, actually throughout this playlist, we'll be discussing some of the factors in some videos and some of the factors in some other videos. So that is how this course is going to be, or that is how this playlist is going to be. But the important thing is that what are the different on-page factors? What are the different on-page SEO factors? And I have a list of some on-page SEO factors that you should keep in mind. And these factors can have direct and indirect ranking effects. Then the first thing is website should be crawlable. I mean, your website should be accessible to the Google bots, or we can say any search engine bots. If you are not able to make it accessible to crawlers, then your website will not be crawled and it cannot be indexed, right? Then user-friendly URL, the URL should be user-friendly. Well-targeted content. Well-targeted content is actually for what keywords you are looking to rank your blog, or for what keywords you are looking to rank your post. The intent of those keywords or the intent of the user's query should be there in your content. So that is actually well-targeted content. Then keyword optimization, there should be keywords in your title, there should be keywords in your description. One other thing, there should not be keyword spamming, there should be keyword which is naturally inserted into title, inserted into description, inserted into your content, not the keyword spamming, right? Then a website optimization, HTTPS that we have just talked, image optimization, readability and user experience, CTR, which is click-through rate. Then mobile friendliness. We all know that every search engine in this world now focuses on mobile friendliness. So if your website is not mobile friendly, if your website is not mobile first, right? So there's going to be the problem for you. Then quality outbound links and website structure. So these are some of the factors which you can say that these are some of the on-page SEO factors which are important for you for the ranking purposes. So that's it for this particular video. I hope you have understood what is on-page SEO and what are the different elements from examples point of view that we can say that these are actually some of the on-page SEO factors. The working of the search engines, that is, we are going to discuss how search engines actually work and how search engines actually show us the results that we type in as queries. So you can see on my laptop screen, it is actually a very important topic. Before actually starting search engine optimization, before actually doing search engine optimization, we should know the mechanism of how search engines actually work. So we have different elements related with search engines, and you can see these elements on my laptop screen. You see, we are having internet over here. You can assume this globe as an internet or different websites. And then there are crawlers, spiders of different search engines. There's locus server, there are indexer, there is main server, right? You can see the main server over here. There are ranking algorithms, and there is the search engine, the actual search engine that we see. Type this, right? Google. So this is the actual search engine that is visible to us, but behind this google.com, there's so many things, there are so many processes. There's a complex mechanism that when you enter India over here, you're typing India over here and you get results. These are the results pages, right? These are the search engine result pages. So how this search engine result page actually appears in front of us. So we are going to understand the mechanism, right? So the different elements are over here, right? The search engine result page and the keywords. Now, what happens is, let's start from the user's end, right? There are two aspects in this particular diagram, and the one aspect is user end and the other one is at the crawler's end or the search engine side. So when user enters any query into the Google search bar, what happens is they send a request to the ranking algorithm to fetch the results for the search engine result pages from the main server. Now, how the data comes into the main server? What is there in the main server? When we type something, when we type some keywords, when we type some queries into Google search engine actually sends request to their ranking algorithm that please provide us some results from the main server. Now, what kind of information is there in the main server, or what kind of data is there in the main server that is coming to us in the form of the search engine result pages, right? So the thing starts when crawler crawls different web pages. When a crawler goes to a particular web page, they scan that particular web page, they fetch out the information related to that particular web page. What kind of information? The niche of the page, the content of the page, on what particular niche that page is all about, what kind of content is over there, what kind of photos are there, what kind of links are there. So these kind of information Google crawlers used to fetch out. When they fetch out the information, they used to store that information into the local server. When they go to one website, they see a link over there which is pointing them to some other website. They go to that particular website, also they take out the information from there, also they take out the information about the content, about the pictures, about the images that are present on the website. So they actually figure out that what kind of website it is, or what kind of content this particular website is having, or into which niche this particular website is. So this kind of information is actually collected by the spider, or we can say actually collected by the crawlers, and on the basis of the information that they have received, they used to categorize. They actually used to categorize that okay, we have crawled 5 websites which are related with news, we have crawled 10 websites which are related with the sports, we have crawled 15 websites which are related with the entertainment, we have crawled 10 websites which are related with the business. Now, from where these categories came, or from how these crawlers are able to distinguish between the websites and their category, it is because of the information that those websites are having, right? So once they categorize it, they actually index it. Now indexing is actually putting similar kind of websites in a single box, right? And the box over here is a part of the server. So on the basis of the different categories that are present, the indexer indexes them, right? So there are different categories in the main server, right? And now the second part comes into play. When user comes on google.com and they type any query, they actually send a request. Whenever they are typing any query, they are actually sending a request, and that request goes to the ranking algorithm, and ranking algorithm decides that okay, this is a box related with the news websites, and there are hundreds of websites of news category in this particular blog, and on certain parameters the ranking algorithm is going to decide that which particular news website is going to rank number 1 and which particular news website is going to rank at number 2, and so on, right? So this is the actual process, that how search engine works. So let me explain it to you once again in short, that there are crawlers that used to crawl different websites, and by reading the source code of the website and by reading the information present on the website, the crawler actually gets to know that what kind of website these are, what category of website these are, what niche website these are, right? So they actually index it based on their categories. Now a single category is having millions of websites, right? Millions of websites. So from those millions of websites, whenever a user types a query, the most relevant websites come into play, or comes at number 1 position in the search engine result pages. That is what we are seeing over here, right? So whenever user queries India, this all happens in the backstage, right? This all happens in the backstage, and you're getting all these results. So the ranking algorithm decides that India, wikipedia.org is going to be ranking at number 1, and this Britannica is going to rank at number 2, and this india.gov.in is going to rank at number 3. So this is how search engines actually work and show their results in search engine result page. How can we actually connect Google Search Console and our website? This is again a very important topic from search engine optimization point of view. Suppose if you are having a very new website, and if your website is new, it is not possible for a crawler to come at your website and scan your website and crawl your website and index your website as soon as your website is published, because crawlers used to come to your website, or crawlers used to visit any website by the links they found on the internet, right? So if suppose for this particular example, if the domain of our website is WsCube.com and there's no link on internet of WsCube.com, then it is very difficult for the crawlers to come to our website, right? So this is a basic foundation that how crawlers actually come to your website. If we talk about how crawlers actually come to your website, then definitely the crawlers used to visit different links which are present on other websites, and by those links. By visiting those links, they can come to your website. So if your website is new, it is very obvious that you are not going to have so many backlinks, or your website is not going to have those many backlinks. And if your website is not going to have those many backlinks, there's no chance that crawler can come to your website. There's actually a product which is Google Search Console. Now Google says that okay, your website is new, you want to get your website indexed, you want to get your website ranked. Crawler might take a lot of time visiting your website. So there is a tool which is Google Search Console. You can come and submit your, and you can actually come and submit your website URL, domain, or whatever thing you want to get indexed to our product, which is Google Search Console, and our crawler will index, crawl, and do the things from that particular product only, right? So if you are having any errors, if you are there any errors from crawler's point of view, then also you can analyze those errors in that particular product. So it's a very useful product, right? So if you actually want to know how crawlers are interacting with your property or website, then you should have a Google Search Console account with you, and your website should be connected with that particular Google Search Console account, right? So I am having a Google Search Console account over here. It's a very simple thing. You just type Google Search Console in Google, and then log in with your Google ID, right? So it's very simple. Now you'll see some options like this. You just click on the add property. Now I am actually telling you the steps how can you integrate your website and Google Search Console. So you are seeing URL prefix over here. Just type this URL over here, right? Click on the continue. Now you'll be getting a code, right? So you see there are different methods by which you can actually verify, right? And the one which is recommended is HTML5. Just you have to upload this HTML file to your website, but here is a HTML tag option, which is again a very easy and very good method of integrating these two things. So I'll be clicking on HTML tag, and you just have to copy this tag, right? So here's some instructions, also basic instructions. Copy the meta tag below, right? This is the meta tag they are talking about, and paste it into your site's home page, and should go in the head section, right? You note it very carefully. It should go in the head section before the first body section. So you have to find that head section, right, in your site's home page, and then there you actually have to paste this code and come back to this platform, and then you will be clicking on this verify, and boom, your code will be done, right? Your integration will be done. So that is how you can do it, and let's do it. It's a very basic process, nothing very technical, nothing very complicated. So I'll be copying this thing, right? Then I'm coming to my website, and on this website I'm going to log in into my admin section, right? So you'll be logging into your admin section, and there you actually have to find the header file, right? So you can find that in appearance. You just have to go to appearance, then theme editor, right? These are simple steps that you have to follow, and within theme editor you have to find the here different files, right? So you have to look for header.php, right? This is a file that is going to load on each and every page of your website, right? So you just have to find header.php. Now here just look for the head section and body section. So here is the head section, and I'm already having a code over here in the head section with Google Tag Manager. Okay, avoid it for right now. There's no need to get worried seeing this complicated code, right? So you are having this code over here in the head section, and here it is body, right? The body section. So what was the instruction? You have to paste this code in the head section before the body section actually starts. From here onwards, the body section is starting, and this is the ending point of head section. So copy once again, right, and just enter over here, paste this code. This simple step you have to do. Then click on the update file, right? Just click on the update file edited successfully. Come back over here, click on the verify, right? It will be checking for the verification, and within seconds, yeah, here it is, right? So you see ownership is verified. Now verification method, the method that we actually followed was implementing HTML tag. So you having HTML tag as a verification method over here, and you can just click on the go to property. Now this particular dashboard is dedicated to how the crawlers are going to interact with your website, right? So whatever issues, water performance reports, sitemap reports, coverage reports, speed, and there are different tools which are related with the search engines interactions with your website. So you'll be seeing reports over here after some time, right? As soon as the crawler comes to your website, or the crawler actually fetches the information from your website, you are going to see some good reports over here, hopefully good reports over here, right? Different on-page SEO factors. There are so many on-page SEO factors, but for this particular video, I am restricting myself to keywords only. So I'll be talking about keywords only, that where do we have to put our shortlisted keywords on our web page, right? So there are different elements where we can put our shortlisted keywords, and the keywords can be of two types, guys. While doing the research or while doing the keyword analysis, we'll come across different types of keywords, and those different types of keywords can be broadly classified into two types. One is, let me write over here so that it will be more clear to you. One is primary keywords. Primary keywords are important keywords which you actually cannot ignore, and then there are secondary keywords also. So secondary keywords are not that much important or not that very important, but yes, you have to use secondary keywords also. So in your on-page strategy, or in the different elements which are present on your web page, you have to put these primary keywords and secondary keywords in these elements basically, right? So guys, you have to use a mix of primary keywords as well as secondary keywords. So I'll be writing over here primary keywords and secondary keywords. So you have shortlisted these two types of keywords, right? So you have a list of primary keyword over here, maybe one or two. Then you have a list of secondary keyword over here, which will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 5. So these are the 7 keywords which you have shortlisted for your this particular web page, which you want to rank on these particular keywords, right? So this is all clear. And the list of your keyword is basically divided into two things, which is primary keyword and the other thing is secondary keywords. Primary keywords are important ones, secondary keywords are not those important, but definitely when you are using them on your web page, then on the different elements of your web page, then you have to use the mix of these things, right? So this is clear. Now we are going to talk about different elements which are present on our website. So the first element which is present on our website is the title tag or the page title. The second thing is the description. The third thing is H1 tag. The fourth thing is formatted text, which is basically present on the content. And then the fifth thing is outgoing links. And the sixth thing is URLs, right? So I'll be talking about URLs also. The seventh thing is alt tag of images. And the eighth one is the other content which is present basically on your web page. So these are the 8 elements where you can use your keyword. Now we have to talk that, now actually we are going to talk about what kind of keyword we are going to use in what element, right? So for the primary keyword, if we say primary keyword, if we write primary keyword over here, so we'll be using this primary keyword into title tag. We'll be using this primary keyword into description tag. So primary keyword will be used into title tag and description tag. Then we can also use primary keyword into H1 tag, that is heading tag of our web page, and formatted text. For formatted text, we can use the secondary keyword, right? But the intent of these both primary keywords and secondary keywords should be same. Let me take an example also. I'll be writing here primary keyword. For example, the primary keyword for me is digital marketing course. This one is the primary keyword. And then there is online marketing course, online marketing course, or we can also write that internet marketing course. Perfect. Internet marketing course. So if you analyze the intent of all these keywords, which is basically same, right? The people are looking for, if anyone is searching digital marketing course, we can say that the intent of the user is towards digital marketing course, right? And if he or she is typing online marketing course, we can easily identify that intent of that particular user is, again, he or she is looking for digital marketing course. So the intent of these all keyword is same, but the representation is different. That basically categorizes them into two different things, which is primary keyword and secondary, right? So we will be using primary keywords in all important elements of our web page. So title tag, description, or the H1 tag is basically a very important set of elements which are present on our web page. So we have to use our primary keywords in this particular set. Now, again, a very important thing is, for example, the title tag is of around 60 characters and the description is of around 160 characters. Then we have to put our primary keyword in the very beginning, right? In the very beginning of your title tag. For example, if this is your title tag, which is on-page SEO factor, then you have to put your primary keyword somewhere over here in the very beginning. Perfect. Same goes with the description also. Same goes with the H1 tag, which is heading 1 tag also. So you have to use your primary keyword at the very beginning of all these 3 elements which we have decided. Then there is formatted text. So formatted text is basically in your content, whenever you are using some words or sentence in bold, you can put your keyword over there, right? And it can be secondary keyword also, right? There's no restriction of the primary keyword. So you can use secondary keyword also, and you can use, for example, you have decided 2 primary keywords or 3 primary keywords. So the first 2 primary keywords, you can use them over this particular set, the 3 elements, and the other 2 primary keywords you can use with formatted text or the outgoing links and something like that, right? So you can use the mix. So the text that you actually bold or the text that you actually make italic comes under the formatted text in your content. So you can use your primary keyword or the secondary keyword into the formatted text also. So when we are talking about the different elements where we have to put our keywords that we have shortlisted, these are the different elements. Then there is outgoing links. And what is outgoing links is, let me tell you, see, if you have 2 web pages, this one is the web page and this one is the web page, and you want to rank this web page. This, let me write W1 over here and this one is W2. You want to rank W2 web page on a particular keyword which is X. There is a keyword X, or there is a keyword or keyword X. You can say keyword X. Fine, you want to rank this web page too on keyword X, then definitely you can use this particular word keyword X as anchor text. So someone coming onto this particular link can click and then move to this particular page, right? So this is basically the outgoing link. So you can definitely use this kind of things and this kind of keyword placement for outgoing links. Then there are URLs, and within URLs we have domains, subdomains, and folder name or page. This is basically related with the structure of the URL. So you can place your keywords into domains, into subdomains, into folder name. There's a lot of scope, right? Then for the image optimization point of view, if you have decided some keywords, then definitely you can put those keywords into alt tag, right? So this is basically related with image optimization also, but you can put your keyword, the keyword that you have decided, you can put them into the alt tag of your image. Then there is content, so you have to monitor this thing very carefully that it should not increase the keyword density. Whenever you are putting or whenever you are filling your content with keywords, you have to make sure that it should not increase the recommended density by Google, right? So there should be you have to put those keywords very strategically. It should not overload, right? The keyword should not overload. It should not look like spamming. So you have to do this thing very carefully. Now coming to the conclusion, whenever we decide some keywords that okay, now we have finalized our set of keyword, our list of keywords, and now we want to rank our web page on these set of keywords or this particular set of keyword, then where we have to put those keywords, the different elements which are present on our web page, where we can put those keywords: title tag, description, H1 tag, formatted text, outgoing links, URLs, alt tag, and content. Some other very important elements of on-page SEO, those are title, right? So we are going to understand how we should write our title for SEO, or how we should write SEO optimized title. Then we are going to discuss how can we write description for search engine optimization point of view. So let's start and discuss what are these 2 important elements and how these should be written, right? So listen very carefully. The title tags are an HTML found in the head section of an HTML code of your web page. So if you are on your web page, you just press Ctrl+U and you can see the code, you can see the HTML code of your web page. Then just search, like you can press Ctrl plus F, find, and then type title, right? Just click find and type title. There you will be seeing some code like this, and the head one, the opening head tag, the closing head tag, the title tag. You'll see title tag, something like that, and your title will be present over here. So let me also tell you where you can see the title. The title tags are actually seen, or the titles are actually seen on the search engine result pages, right? Like this, right? You can see these green boxes. So these are the title tags. Also, the title tags are visible on the tab of your web page. So whenever you open your web page in any browser, you just move your cursor to the tab. There you can see your title is present over there. So title are generally seen at two locations. One is into the search engine result pages. You can see the title, and this one over here is the description. This is the page, right? The web page which is ranking over here, and this one is the title, right? So now let's talk about some important elements with respect to title, right? So the length of title should be somewhere around 50 to 60 characters. But if you'll search on Google, and you will come across so many titles, you'll be seeing something like this also, right? The title over here is present, and you'll be seeing dots, right? So this actually happens when you use title of more than 60 characters. So you just have to avoid this thing. This is not user friendly, this is not crawler friendly, so you have to avoid this thing. You have to keep your titles, let me write over here, you have to keep your titles length under 60 characters, just to avoid this kind of thing, right? Because it is not user friendly. I mean, this is not convincing user to click, because it is not complete, right? So you have to avoid this thing. Then the second thing is keywords, where we have to put the keywords in the in our title tag. So the best practice is using keywords in the first 25 to 40% of the title. So for example, if you are having a title which contains 9 words, then it is advisable that you put your keywords in first 3 words. Okay, fine, you just have to put your keyword in first 3 words. The first 3 words of your 9-word title should contain your keyword, and that will be somewhere around 30%, right? So you can follow these things, but the best practice is using the keywords in the first 25 to 40%, right? So that is where you actually keep your keywords, and the length should be somewhere between 50 to 60 characters of your title. Now there are some other elements also, which says that you should use unique titles. Unique titles is like you cannot use same title for each of your web page on your website. Each of your web page should contain a unique and a very different kind of title, which should relate with the content of that particular web page, right? So you have to go very unique. Then you can use the actionable words, which are also called as call to action words. Call to action words in your title, just because you want to increase your CTR, right? So whenever someone looks at your title and they get convinced by the title, they are going to click on that. So these are the convincing words, these are the call to action kind of words, these will increase your CTR. So if you are using these kind of words in your title and your website ranks, look at this, if your website ranks, then these kind of words which are present in your title can convince the user that okay, this title is great. So you might find whatever you are looking for on internet. So I mean, you can easily convince them, and they'll be clicking on the title, they'll be clicking on this result, and will be coming to your website. So it will increase the CTR if you are going to use these kind of very powerful words, powerful keywords in your title, right? So these can be get, take, boost, learn, make, go, and even you can use some numbers also, right? Let me give an example. For example, 10 strategies to rank in 2020. So you can use these kind of numbers also within your title, right? This will basically increase your CTR. Now let's come to next thing, which is titles and branding. Within titles, many companies or the many SEO persons are also using branding. So I have taken the example from the wooden handicraft industry over here. So if you are going to type like wooden furnitures in Google, you will be seeing so many results related to wooden furniture websites, and there you will be experiencing that within the title people also use their brand. So it does not have to do anything. It does not have to do anything with the rankings, right? It is not like a keyword, it's not like the anything. So it doesn't do anything with ranking it, but the important thing is that you are putting your brand in front of the people, right? So this is another very important thing that you have to look after, right? So if you want to grow your brand, if you want to place your brand in front of the people, then you should start using these kind of strategies. So title can also contain the branding words. Then we'll be coming to the second part of this particular video, which is description. The character length of description is somewhere around 155 to 160 characters, and it actually describes what is there in your web page. So in a very simple word, in a very simple sentence, the description is a summary that describes the content of your web page. Fine. So you can see in the search results, you are seeing the description below your title, right? Below your title. So this is the description, and this also helps you to increase the CTR. The more convincing the description is, the more people are going to click on this particular result, and they'll be coming to your website. So it will be increasing your CTR. So you have to use your keywords and everything over here, right, for the SEO point of view also, and from the user's perspective also. So the meta description will also often appear when people share your article across the other websites and social channels. So for example, here you can see the image. Here is an example that if someone shares your website on their social media, what happens is something which is very similar to this thing will show up in their profile. So as soon as they are going to share as soon as they are going to share your website on their profile, what will happen over there? You can see the description is present over here. So you have to make sure that it should be convincing, because it can appear on other social media profiles also if they are sharing your website and all those things, right? So you have to keep this thing also in your mind. Then what should we use in our description? What kind of element should be present in the description? We can use keywords, right? The keywords that we have shortlisted before, or the keywords on which we are looking to rank our web page. There should be legible, readable copy, right? It should be readable. It should be user friendly. You should not use many complex words, or this should not contain any complexity. It should be readable, right? User friendly, basically. Treat it as the advertisement of your web page. It is very important thing. The length should be somewhere around 135 to 160 characters. I've written over here it should be around 155 to 160, but you always have some kind of a scope. So I have basically expanded the window. Now it's like 135 to 160 characters long. Consider using rich snippets. This is again a very important thing. You should use rich snippets within your description. Now here is an example. Now what we have studied so far in last 4 to 5 videos is that we have to use our keywords in title. We have to use our keywords in description. We can find our keywords, or we have to use our keywords in the URLs also. Now I have made a query over here which is like best burgers in Delhi. So I made this query, best burgers in Delhi. Now you just look at this particular result, right? Now let us audit on these parameters, that whether the keyword is present in all those elements of the on page or not. So best burgers in Delhi is the keyword that we are searching for, right? This is basically the keyword, or you can say that it is the query which is made by the user. Now this particular query is, or the keyword is present in the title. Fine. So it is present over here. The brand name is also present over here, right? So they are using the brand name. Fine. And the length is also very appropriate. You can see there are no dots. So they are following the basics. They know the basics of the SEO. Now when you see the URL, I have written this URL over here for your clarity. You can see best burgers Delhi. Now they are using the keywords. They are using the keywords in their URL also. So they are meeting this parameter also. Now let us check for the description. These places do the best burgers. You can see best burgers over here, burgers in Delhi. So they are using their keywords in the description also. They are using their keywords in the title. They are using their keywords in the URL. So they are basically following the basics. So this is a very important thing. You can see, you can note it from here that whenever I am searching best burgers in Delhi, what kind of result is popping up, what kind of results I am able to see, and whether they are following the basic SEO or not. And when you are going to click on this particular result, the web page that you will be redirected to will also contain the keywords or the queries very similar to Best Burgers in Delhi, right? So they are doing the SEO. That is why they are on the first page. Now there's another example that I have searched meta description, right? And this is again a very popular keyword, and the website which is ranking over here, mouse.com, they are very old website, so it is obvious for them to rank, right? They do have good authority, everything, right? And they have a lot of content on their website, they have a lot of visitors on their website, so there is an automatic signal to the Google search engine that okay, this is the most trusted website or one of the most trusted websites for this particular query, so they are ranking this query. But still, the factors that we know, we have to check that all these factors they are following or not, all these guidelines they are following or not. Let's check this, and you can also try this by your own end. So you can also try this from your side, right? You can just search for meta description and see what kind of results you are getting. So let us evaluate this thing, or let us check this thing, that whenever I am searching meta description, I am getting the result from mouse.com, and the keyword is present here in the title, okay, and they are also using their brand name. The keyword is present in this URL. You can see meta description is present in the URL. The meta description, you can see, okay, let me remove this so that it become more clear to you. Meta description is present in the very starting, right? It is present in the very starting of the description also over here. So they are using meta description 2 times in their description, right? But the important thing is the elements that we have discussed, the concept that we have discussed are important from title perspective and are important from description perspective. The Moz is basically following them. So it is important to go for the basics. You cannot ignore the basics. All these things that we have discussed is like keyword should be there in the title, keyword should be there in the description, keyword should be there in the URL. So keyword, I mean, it is not necessary that keyword should be there in the URL, but there are the guidelines. If you are putting, then it's okay, right? It's okay, and it's a great thing. You are following some of the best practices which are recommended by Google, right? So if you are sticking yourself to basics only, right? If you are doing the basics very well, you actually do not need to go for very advanced things in the very beginning, right? You do not have to worry about so many advanced things, so many advanced SEO, the log files and every very advanced concepts in the very beginning. You just have to stick yourself to the basics. First complete your basics, first evaluate your basics, that your basics are perfect or not. The basic recommendations given by Google, are you following those recommendations or not? So you have to look for those things in the beginning, then you have to go for the advanced thing. And the main purpose of showing you these kind of example was to make you realize that the big brands, the companies who are ranking in the top of the search engine result pages or on the first page of the Google are basically following the basics, right? They are following the fundamentals of search engine optimization that I have already taught you, right? We are going a bit practical, and we are going to see how this title and description actually looks, how we can actually see the preview of the title and description, because this is very important that when you decide, when you write your title and description, it is also important that how it actually looks in the search engine result pages. So we'll be seeing that how it actually looks in the search engine result pages through this tool which is present over here. It is Potens SERP preview tool. So if you are writing your title and description over here along with the URL and bolded keywords, you will be seeing a preview over here. So that will be very useful for you, so that you can psychologically understand that how it is going to look in the SRP, whether the people are going to click on it or not, right? So is it going to increase the CTR or not? So this SERP preview tool is basically for that purpose. Also, see, this is the preview tool, but if you are working on WordPress, then you can directly go to WordPress, and in the back end of the WordPress, or we can say that at the admin panel of the WordPress, if you are having Yoast plugin, right? Let me write over here. If you are having Yoast plugin, then definitely you can see the preview over there only. So you have these two options. For example, if you have custom coded website and you want to see the preview of your title and description, that how it is going to look in different devices, whether they can be like computers, laptops, or even mobile phones. So we'll be seeing that thing through this tool. But but there's another very important thing. I told you about the structure of the title and description, right? We discussed that the title should be something like your primary keyword, then your secondary keyword. If required, you can skip this part also. It is not necessary to keep primary and secondary keywords in your title. If the length of your primary keyword is a bit higher side, you can skip the secondary keyword, but we can write like this: primary keyword, secondary keyword, and then brand name. So let us check this on our web page only, that are we following this thing or not, are we following this kind of structure or not, that we are actually recommending, right? So let me tell you about our primary keyword, which is, our primary keyword is, let me write over here, learn digital marketing in Jodhpur. This is basically our primary keyword. Now I'm going to search this keyword and let me type it over here, and I'm making a Google search. Now you can see will be okay. Here we are, WsCubeTech.com. So here we are, and if you see digital marketing training, right? So the primary keyword, the very close variant of the primary keyword is present over here, and let me open this. Let me open this, and we can say the title is over here, digital marketing training. Okay, digital marketing training certification full course. This is our title basically, and here is the description. Fine, can you see? Here is the description that we are having over here. So we can copy this title and description. Okay, let me copy this thing. Okay, let me remove this and let me copy it over here, right? So you can easily find that we are following this structure that I told you. We are writing this title, here is our primary keyword, which is digital marketing training, followed by the brand name. So we are skipping the secondary keyword because we are not finding it much useful right now, right? So let me take this tech over here, and here it is. Fine. So this is basically the URL. So let me remove this URL. No need to write the URL right now. So here is the title. Okay, and here is the description. Fine. So I told you that you have to use the title, you have to use your keyword in the title, and you have to use your um, keyword in the description, right? So you see, there's so many times we have used this our primary keyword and the close variants of the our primary keyword in the title and description, like Digital Marketing Training Institute in Jodhpur and the best institute in Jodhpur. I provide affordable in-person digital marketing training course. You can see digital marketing training course. This is very close variant of our primary keyword. So we are using it, right? We are using whatever we are suggesting. We are using that thing. Now we have to check this thing into that preview tool, that whether it looks good in the search engine result pages or not. So let me come back over here and let me type our title over here. Let me straight away copy this. Let me select. Okay, fine. So title is over here. Fine. So they are also suggesting you the recommended pixels. You can use 545 pixels for writing title. That is the appropriate thing that you should go for. Then in meta description, they are suggesting you 160 characters. So let me copy the meta description over here, and I'll be writing the meta. Okay, it's basically increasing, right? It's increasing. So you have to cut it short, but just to match the relevancy, we have extended it, but we will be shorting it also. This is actually in testing phase right now. It is in testing phase because we have revamped our website and everything. So it is in the testing phase. So we will be changing it in future. Fine. So this is basically, you can see the title is exceeding over here. Still we are ranking because we have revamped our website, and it is basically ranking because we are having so many backlinks. We are having a reputation on this particular domain, right? We are having previous reputation on this particular domain. So that is the only reason that we are ranking right now over here. We can basically cut it and limit to 160 characters, but okay, right now we are ranking because we do have previous reputation, right? And you can basically write down your and let me show you. You can write down your URL also. the URL that we have kept over here. Okay, here is the URL. Here is your URL. You can once you go to this URL, okay, here it is. Let me copy this, and we have to put it over here. You just have to put your URL. Now you can easily see that how this is going to look in the search engine result pages. Now there's another important thing, you should check it on screen also. So let me check it on mobile phone, that how it is going to appear on the mobile phone. So we'll be checking it on iPhone 6, 7, 8. Okay, fine. So it will look something like this. So if you think that it is great, you can move on with this thing. But in some cases, for example, if I am writing something like this, if I am including my secondary keyword also, or learn digital marketing training. So what will happen, or if we are writing learn digital marketing training in Jodhpur, what will happen is like there will be dots, right? So it means that you are exceeding the limits, means that you are basically exceeding the limits, and in mobile it will not look good, but maybe in desktop. So the character limit is a little bit higher when we compare it with the mobile. So that is why you are seeing this WsCube over here also, but in mobile, okay, in mobile you are just seeing this SEO and then COU, right? So you just have to make sure that your title and description should look good both in mobile devices and also on desktop. So if you are working on your WordPress website, you can straight away come to the dashboard of your WordPress backend, and there in the pages, right, you can come to, let me come to the pages first, all pages, and we have to select one particular page from here, because the title and descriptions are unique to each and every page. For each and every page you have to write title and you have to write description. You cannot duplicate title and description to each and every page, right? You cannot duplicate that. You have to create a unique title and unique description for each and every page. So for example, if we are looking for this particular page, and if you got the Yoast plugin installed, if you have the Yoast plugin installed, you can come down. You can come down over here, and you can see this snippet preview is present over here. This is because you have installed your Yoast SEO plugin. So you can straight away see the snippet preview over here. And if you do not have WordPress with you, then if you have any custom coded website, then you can definitely go for these kind of tools to see how your title and description is going to look. So here you can easily identify how your title and description is going to look if you have the WordPress website, and you can snippet the things from here itself. And let me show you. I'm removing this thing from here and I'm writing this thing. Okay, again let me select this thing. For example, if I am selecting this title and I'm coming back over here, SEO title, now you see it's showing over here. And then slug is basically the URL, right? Then meta description, so we have to write the meta description also. Let me copy this and let me write the meta description. So here is the meta description. You can easily see how it is going to look, right? So the snippet preview is there, and this is the mobile version. Now you can select the desktop version also. In desktop it is going to look something like this. So in WordPress it becomes easy that while you are creating your page, you can straight away write the title and description, because in WordPress if you are creating multiple pages, for each and every page you have to create unique title and description. So you do not have to worry much about that where in the code you are going to put that title and description. You can straight away put that into the Yoast SEO plugin, right? So guys, I believe you got enough information about title and description from the last two videos. We are going to connect Google Analytics with our website, right? So there are different methods that we can use to connect Google Analytics with our website. But for this particular video, we will be following Google Tag Manager method, right? So what we are going to do, let me write down the steps over here. First of all, what we will do is we will create a Google Tag Manager account. Okay, fine. Then we will be connecting Google Tag Manager with our website through GTM code that GTM will provide us. The first step that we will be doing is we will be creating an account on Google Tag Manager, and then we will be connecting GTM, that is Google Tag Manager, with our website. Then in the third step, we will be connecting Google Analytics or we can say that we will be implementing Google Analytics code on our website. Okay, let me write that thing only. Implementing Google Analytics code on our website using GTM, right? So we will be using GTM to connect Google Analytics and our website. So first we have to see how this Google Tag Manager looks. So you just have to come to this thing, Google Tag Manager, right? Let me click on this icon over here. So once you log into Google Tag Manager, it will look something like this. For now, please do ignore this thing, container name, because we are going to create a new container. It is the previous one. Please ignore this thing. And here is our demo website that we are going to use to integrate analytics on this particular website. So let's begin. Now we have to create a container over here. So right now we will just click on this container name. Okay, you see this is the container name and this one is the previous container. Fine. So we'll be coming back to Google Tag Manager logo and we'll be creating new account and container over here. So let me click on this new account. Here it is. Okay, let me show you once again. Once you come over here, you have to click on this create account. Okay, let me click on create account. Then you have to type account name. For example, I am writing WsCube. I'll be selecting my country. I'll be sharing the data with Google, and then I'll be putting container name, which is WsCube.com. And this container is basically for the website. So I'll be selecting web. Now I'll be clicking on create. These are the very simple steps, and just I have to agree on these terms and conditions. Then I'll be clicking on yes. Fine. So once you click on this yes, now your container is all set up, and here the two tags that you have to put on your website to integrate GTM and website. Okay, fine. Now let me copy this one, and it's saying paste this code as high as in the head section. Okay, so now let's come to our website and we'll be going to the backend of this website, and we are going to paste this code, this GTM code that they have given us in our website. So let me log in. Okay, here we are. So to paste the code, we have to go to appearance, then we have to go to theme editor, and in theme editor we have to search for header.php file. Okay, right here in the right hand side you can see header.php. It's over here. So you have to click on this header.php. Let me click on leave, and in header.php we have to look for head tag, right? What is written over here? Paste this code as high in the head of the page as possible. So we have to come to this head, and now we'll be clicking we have to make some space over here, and then we have to copy this and we have to paste this over here. And then there is another code which says you have to paste this code immediately after the opening of body tag. So we'll copy this and we will look for body tag. Here it is, the body tag. We have to paste this immediately after the opening of body tag. Now we have to update this file, and we have to check that whether this code, this GTM code, is properly installed on our website or not. For that we have to come back to our website. Okay, we have to come back to our website, and you see, you can do it like if you are having this tag assistant plugin installed, then you can click on this tag assistant plugin over here, and you'll clicking on enable, and then you'll refreshing your page. Then if you are seeing something like, okay, Google Tag Manager is there, right? Google Tag Manager, so it's installed. So we'll come back and we'll be clicking on OK. Now we have to submit this thing. Okay, we have to submit this thing and we have to publish. We have to click on continue. So now our GTM is basically set. Okay, here it is. Our GTM is set now. Fine. Now GTM is perfectly installed. There's another way to check whether GTM is perfectly installed or not. For that we have to click on this preview. We have to click on this preview. So our browser will come into a special preview and debug mode, right? So once we click on this preview, we have to come back to this our website, and now we have to hard refresh, right? What we have to do is, first of all, we have to click on this preview so we can bring our browser in special preview and debug mode. And once it is in preview and debug mode, now we have to come back. You can see it's now it's previewing workspace. So that is this means that the browser is in preview and debug mode right now. So now we have to come back to our website and we have to hard refresh it, which is Control Shift and R. Once you hard refresh it, you are going to see a window down here, and if that window appears, which means the GTM is perfectly installed. Now you can also check this thing which is saying WQD. Okay, QD are basically the last alphabets of our GTM ID. So we will cross check it. Okay, WQD, fine. So which means that now GTM is perfectly installed on our website. Now we have to install analytics. So we'll be coming to analytics. We are going to set up analytics because on this ID we haven't set up analytics yet. Now I'll be writing WsCube tech. Everything is fine. We'll be clicking on next. We'll be going to web, and then we will be clicking on next. Our website name is WsCube. Now we have to enter the website URL over here. Okay, we will just copy this thing from here so that we do not make any mistake. We'll come back over here, we'll type, and we have to remove this thing because it is already present over here. We have to select the category. For example, we are selecting e-commerce. No, e-commerce is not there. We are selecting retail. Retail is also not there. So we have to select, okay, let's say online community shopping. We have to select shopping as a category. Now our reporting time will be India, and we'll be clicking on create. Once we click on create. Now again here we have to select India because we want our reports to be customized for India only. Then we'll be clicking on I accept. Now it will be giving us a code that we have to implement. Fine. So let's save this thing for now. And now no thanks, and this is the code that we have to use now. Fine, that we have to put on our website basically using GTM. So we'll come back to GTM and we are saying that okay, we want to put a new tag which is Google Analytics. So we'll be clicking on tags, we'll be clicking on new, and we will be writing here Google Analytics universal tag. Now we'll be selecting the tag configuration, and from here we will be following this Google Analytics Universal Analytics. So we'll be clicking on it and we will be tracking page view, and now we have to put our Google Analytics ID. Okay, so we'll be writing here GA ID over here. Okay, this is GA ID, and the tracking ID that we have over here, we have to put this. Okay, so we can copy this thing, complete, and then we can put this thing over here, and then we have to save. This is our ID that is basically the unique to our Google Analytics account. And then this Google Analytics account, we want to fire it on all the pages, right? On all the pages. So we will be clicking trigger, then we'll be clicking all the pages, and we'll be clicking on save, right? So our this Google Analytics code will now fire on all the pages. So now we have set this Google Analytics tag. Now we have to click on submit once again, then we have to click on this publish, we have to continue so that it gets ready. And to check things, what we have to do is, one method that we can do is basically we can go for this Chrome extension. So let me come back to our website and let me refresh it once again so the things get refreshed. Okay, and we'll be coming to this thing tag manager. From there basically we can check that whether Google Analytics is properly installed or not. So we'll refresh it once again. Okay, so once we refresh it again, you can see this is showing 2. Now we'll check it. Okay, Google Analytics is there, and then Google Tag Manager is also there. So the 2 tags are installed on our website. So Google Tag Manager helps us in installing Google Analytics, and there are so many tags that we can install with the help of Google Tag Manager. But for now, we are using Google Tag Manager to install Google Analytics. Now Google Analytics is installed, and if you come over here, you can also see here also the tags for Google Analytics, and it is firing on all the pages. Let us check that. Is it firing on all the pages or not? We will coming back to we are basically going to about us, and now we are checking again. Okay, here also it is firing, and you can see in this GTM preview and debug window also it is showing that Google Analytics is firing over here. So which means that now Google Analytics is properly installed on our this particular website, which is WsCube.com. So guys, in this video we have learned how can we connect Google Analytics with our website using GTM. about mobile responsiveness and mobile friendliness. Guys, trust me, this is one of the most important factor when you are doing your SEO. Right? It is one of the most important factor to improve your search ranking, and it is one of the direct factor that Google considers when they want to rank your website higher or when they are giving some value to your website. So it's a direct factor. Let me note down some points. It's a direct factor for your SEO effort, right? So your website should be mobile friendly. Now there are different ways that you can use to check whether your website is mobile friendly or not. I'll be telling you two methods. One is manual methods. When we say about methods, so I'll be telling you two methods. One is manual method and the second one is automated or tool based, basically tool based method. So in manual method, what you have to do is basically you have to come to the mobile version of your website. Suppose for this particular example, I am taking this website where we have to check the mobile friendliness of WsCubeTech.com. So you see this website looks very great on desktop. Now let's check its mobile version. Now I'll be clicking on this inspect. We'll be going to inspect tool, and in inspect tool I'll be clicking on this device toggle. You can see over here the small device toggle toolbar over here, which is having basically mobile, tablet and other we can switch between different kind of devices. So let me click on this, and now here it is. We are having iPhone 6, 7 version over here. So let me change it to some other. Okay, here's the iPhone 10. Now you have to check it manually. When I was saying manually means that you have to check each and everything very closely. Make sure the button should not overlap, okay, and they should have proper distance in between. The text should not look very small, and the logo should be very clearly visible, and it should not disproportionate, right? Because in some cases when you see logo on mobile device, it's quite disproportionate, and when you see it on desktop, it looks perfect. So you have to see that the different elements that are present on your website should be mobile friendly. Also the menu and everything, so that thing you basically have to check manually. So what I have done is I have went to the mobile version of my website, or we can say that mobile look of our website, and now on our website we are checking different elements. Okay, fine. So far, so now everything is clean, right? You see, you can easily see these icons are also very clean, and this pop-up is there. So everything is clean right now. So we have to monitor this thing very closely, each and every element with respect to mobile devices, and we can check on different devices also. Right now I am doing it on iPhone X. We can move to iPhone 6, 7, 8. Okay, then you have to also check. So you do have to do these kind of things manually. Another thing that you can basically do is, let me tell you, you can come to your website, and then you have to basically adjust your this window of your browser. So if you are adjusting this window, let me do that. So when you are basically adjusting your screen, the element should not get disturbed, right? You can see the elements are not getting disturbed. Everything is aligned basically. So this is the important thing that you have to consider that. So the second method, which is tool based method, that you can try is you can go to mobile friendly test. You just type mobile friendly test, and there it is. You just have to come to this thing, search.google. So it's a Google tool to check whether your website is mobile friendly or not. So you can use the code of your website also. If you have the code, you can put the code over here, and this tool will tell you that this code is mobile friendly or not, and you can put the URL. So we'll be testing on this particular method. Let me copy the URL from here, and I'll be pasting the URL over here and then clicking on this test URL. So I'll be checking that whether my website is mobile friendly or not. So it will take some time to analyze, and it will give some report that whether our website is mobile friendly or not, what kind of scripts are creating problem, what kind of elements are creating problem, and if it is not mobile friendly, what step we should make. So these kind of suggestions and an audit basically this particular tools give us. So here it is. See what we have checked manually. The tool is also showing that page is mobile friendly, but here are some problems that you can see: page loading issues. And why these page loading issues are here? Just because these 32 page resources could not be loaded. Sometimes scripts are not loaded. or they are blocked by some other element. So you have to take care of these things, and if you are taking care of these things very carefully, your errors will be gone, right? So this is the tool that you can basically use to check whether your website or the landing page or the web page is mobile friendly or not, and you should check it because it is one of the most important thing right now with respect to the Google system, with respect to the Google algorithm. You cannot basically ignore this thing. About H1 tags, we are going to discuss what are the H1 tags, how they actually look, and what are the important things that we have to consider while creating or while writing H1 tags for our SEO efforts, that is search engine optimization effort. So let's start with the basic definition that what is H1 tag. Then guys, H1 tag is a HTML tag like other HTML tag, head tag, body tag, and every other tag. H1 tag is again a HTML tag that indicates the heading on the website. So you have to write some syntax, you have to see the syntax. The syntax of H1 tag is something like this. Let me tell you how you have to code it. Basically, you have to write H1, right? And then you have to put some text over here. This can be like heading, and now you have to close this thing, H1, right? So this is how you are going to write the H1 tag, and they are basically going to show up on your web page. So when you write, you have two things over here. You are going to write the H1 tag like this, and they are going to appear on the website or the web page like this, right? It's not only about the H1 tag. There are other tags also like H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6. So it all starts from H1 and goes to H6. So there are 6 heading tags basically. H1 is not the only heading tag which you can use. You can use these types of 6 heading tags which actually have different size, right? So the H1 tag is largest in size, and when we move to H2, H3, H4, and H5, H6, they basically keeps on decreasing. The size keeps on decreasing. So this is what H1 tags look like on the web pages. This is how you are going to write the syntax of the H1 tag. This is how it will show up on your website or on your web page. Now what they actually do. See, when you write H1 tag, suppose you are writing, this is your web page and you have written like SEO tip. So this is your H1 tag which is largest in the size. So you have written some content about SEO over here. Now you want to mention other things, so you do have to put them into H2 tag, right? H2 tag. So it basically gives you a structure. The H1 tags or the heading tags basically gives the structure to your website. So when you provide the proper structure of your web page, it actually helps crawlers to understand the structure of your web page and to understand what elements are there on your web page and to understand what type of content you have on your web. So it becomes important for you to use these heading tags on your web page, right? So now let's talk something more about H1 tags. H1 tags are most visually notable content on the web page. So from visitors point of view, if we talk about visitors point of view, H1 tags are very important, very visually notable. You cannot ignore them because it is the first visual thing that that a user is going to see in the form of the content on your web page. So you cannot ignore this thing. And you should use only one H1. This is a very common question that many people ask, that can we use multiple H1 tags, right? Multiple H1 tags on a web page. Then it is advisable that you should use only one H1 tag. If you want to put more headings, you can go with H2, H3, and so on, right? But it is not recommended to use more than one H1 tag on your web page, right? Because see, your credibility, your weightage of H1 tags get distributed. If you are using two H1 tags, let me explain you. One H1 tag is over here and the other one is over here. So you are writing some heading over here, you are writing some heading over here. The crawler gets to know very easily that, okay, this is the primary heading, right? Primary heading or the H1, this is the most important part of this this heading part. But still, your weightage, the weightage of the content that you have put over here, the weightage of the structure that you are trying to give, or the weightage of the structure that you are trying to explain to crawler, that basically dilutes, right? That basically dilutes in these two things, or we can say that it gets distributed between these two things. So we should not use more than one H1 tag. We should avoid using more than one H1 tag. It is advisable that you should restrict yourself to single H1 tag on a single web page. So I'm saying single H1 tag, that is basically for a single web. It is not like that as if I'm recommending you to use a single H1 on the complete website. It is advisable to use single H1 tag on a single web page, not a complete website. H1 tag should be from 20 to 70 characters. If we talk about the character limit, you should use them between 20 to 70 characters. Use a focused long tail keyword in your H1. Answer users intent with your H1. Now let me tell you what does it mean when I say users intent. Users intent is, you can write something like, if user is searching for Google ads tip and he lands on your web page. Now in H1 you can write Google top 10 Google ads tip and tricks. So this is basically related to the user's intent, that user was, so when user basically landed on your web page, they landed from any keyword, right? The keyword was Google ads tip. So now the intent of the keyword and the intent of your H1 tag is quite similar, because the user was looking for Google ad tips, and the content that is present in your H1 heading is basically top 10 Google ads tips and tricks. So always try to put some user intent in your H1 tag. So we actually talked about the importance of heading tags and what are the different types of heading tags, which ranges from H1, right? The first heading tag, which is basically the largest in size, is H1 tag, and then there are H2, H3, H4, H5 and H6 tags, right? So when we are going to use H1 tag and when we should use H2 tag, what are their importance and why we should use H1 tag, how important it is for our SEO point of view, and how they actually look and what is their syntax, that all thing we have actually seen in the last video. Now in this particular video, what I am going to tell you is about how they actually look on the web pages, right? So let's straight away come to our laptop screen, and here you can see I have opened one blog, and the address of this blog is, URL of this blog is wscubetech.com/blog/future of on-demand apps in 2020. So if you come to this blog, this is a lengthy blog, you can see this is a lengthy blog, but we have to look for the H1 tag. So straight away we will come to this thing, you can see it easily, the future of on-demand app in 2020. This is basically the H1 tag. We can confirm it, we can just right click on this and we can go to inspect, and here we can easily find that here it is showing H1. You can see it is H1 tag, and over here we are seeing the future of on-demand app in 2020. And since this blog runs on WordPress, and in WordPress what we find is your H1 tag is by default your title, or your title is by default your H1, right? So you can confirm this thing also. So when we are coming to this particular blog where the H1 tag is the future of on-demand apps in 2020, and when we hover our pointer on this thing, the bar, okay, this bar, so you can easily see the future of on-demand apps in 2020 and /WsCube Tech. So basically whatever you are putting over here in title can be coming into, can come into this H1 tag, and whatever you are putting in H1 tag, that can reflect back into your title tag. So this is one of the very important thing, and it actually depends on the CMS that you are using. Right now we are using WordPress, so it is there in the WordPress. Now from WordPress, how can we set title tag? Let's see how can we actually set title tag. And from the basics point of view, it is important that we remember that we have to keep our primary keywords in the title tag. So it is very basic, and that we have to keep in mind. So when we come to our this edit part of the page, we'll see for example, if I'm coming over here and I want to write anything, we are seeing over here the H1 tag, right? So it is selected H1. We can select H2 if we want. We can write the H2 tag over here, we can write the H3 tag over here. So you can easily identify that the size is basically changing as you are changing the heading tags. You are moving to H2, H3, you are definitely seeing that your sizes of the heading or the size of your text which is present over here will decrease, right? So you can select the H1 tag from here, and then you can definitely write some text over here which will contain keyword, right? Because in heading tag it is important to write the keyword. Now let's do some audit of heading tags also. So we'll come back to this tool which is Screaming Frog tool. Now from this tool we are going to do the audit of H1 tags on our website. So right now I am picking up my website, which is let me put this website over here. Let me copy this and let me put it over here. We'll make a search. Fine, I'll just click on enter. It takes a bit time, okay, not here, we have to put this over here. and now we have to click on start. So it will take some time and will do audit of so many things. So right now we are going to see the h1 tag. We'll be finding that how many h1 tags are there. Are we missing h1 tags on any one of our page? We should not miss h1 tag on any of our page or any one of our blog. Are there any duplicate h1 tags that should not be present over there? So we'll be talking on these all stuff. So right now, if you see, this is basically scanning our website, and now if we come to the h1 tag part, okay, here I am the h1 tag, and now I'll apply some filter that missing h1. Okay, I am checking for missing h1. Okay, it's not showing any data. Okay, let's come back to all. Now you can see that the length of this h1 is this. Okay, here it is. Okay, let's see over here. h1 is login is showing over here, but we will come back to h1 login. Okay, you can see this one is the h1 tag for this particular page, right? The h1 tag, and it is basically occurring one time. So all these kind of audit you can easily do. Find all these kind of audit you can very easily do. So once it crawls all the pages, you are going to see so many reports over here. Not only it is restricted to h1 tag, you can also find the h2 tag and the same things which you can filter from h1 tag, like all the tags, and then the missing tags that duplicate over 70 characters. If your h1 tag is anywhere over 70 characters, that you can also find over here. And same thing goes for h2 tag also. So this is a basic video that how can you basically find out the h1 tags on your website, and how should you write your h1 tag, along with how can we audit the h1 tag on the different pages of our website. Here we are going to talk about canonical tags. We'll be understanding what are the canonical tags and why do we actually use canonical tags, how they are so much useful to us. So basically, first let us understand the problem that canonical tags are going to solve for us. So can you see on my laptop screen over here, you can see I have written canonical tags, and we are going to discuss about canonical tags in very detail in this particular video. So if we come to the definition of canonical tags, what the definition says is, if you have same or similar content available under different URLs. I mean to say, if you have a website and on your website you have different pages, and different pages means there are different URLs. And in any case, if you are having same kind of content on different URLs, then there is the condition of duplicate content, and which we actually do not want, right? That creates the problem. You cannot index, or you cannot make Google index the duplicate content, or you cannot make Google index the two pages which are having same kind of content. This is a big problem. So to solve this problem, we actually require canonical tags. Now let's come back to what is this problem. Let us understand this problem in very detail first, then we'll be coming to the solution. So if you have same or similar content, suppose if you have two pages on your website, and on those two pages, if you are having same kind of content, right, same kind of content, same type of content, same text, videos, or you just suppose it like you are having two duplicate pages, right? One is the master and the other one is the copy of that particular page. And these kind of conditions, they actually arise in practically. You cannot ignore this thing. These are very practical. You are going, if you are going to see the websites, you will be seeing in so many cases, in so many different scenarios, these kind of conditions or situations do arise, where your content, your single content is on two different web pages, right? So you can use canonical tags to specify which version is the main one and thus should be indexed. So the problem is that you do not want your both pages to be indexed. You do not want your both pages to be indexed on the same keyword. Well, that will be creating a lot of problem for the crawler to understand what kind of content is there on your website. So what you want, you are going to instruct, or you are going to give a hint to the crawler that, okay, I do have two pages on my website, right? I have two pages on my website which do have the same kind of a content or same content. They are just duplicate to each other, right? But still there is a master content and there is a secondary content, right? Or a copied content, or the second one content, right? So there is a master content that has to be indexed, right? We cannot index the duplicate content. You are basically telling to the crawler that there are two pages with the same content. So please do index this page, because this is the master page, and ignore the other one, right? So you have to tell crawler just like this only, right? So the problem that you understand, that you cannot let Google crawler understand your both the pages, right? Or index your both the pages. So to avoid this condition, you basically have to use canonical tags. So this is the use of canonical tags. If someone asks that why do we use canonical tags, then just to avoid the duplicacy, or just to make sure that a wrong page do not get indexed, right? If we are having two pages with the same content, we will be able to index only one page, right? We should index only one page, so that when someone comes to the Google and types any query over there, our only one page is shown into the search engine result page. We do not want to confuse the Google algorithm over there, that okay, there is a query and this particular URL is having two pages indexed on the queries which are related to this particular page. So that is not the correct thing, right? So if you have same or similar content available under different URLs, that can be due to different conditions. You can use canonical tags to specify which version is the main one and thus should be indexed. So you can see over here I have written some example. For example, if you are having AMP and non-AMP versions of a page, so on the AMP and non-AMP version, that is accelerated mobile pages version and non-accelerated mobile pages version, the content is basically same, because the content will not change, only the pages, the type of the page is changed. That one is AMP page, another one is non-AMP page, right? But the content is same. So for example, if you see the URLs, that how the URLs will be there for AMP, and if you see for a non-AMP, it will be like example.com/page, this will be the URL, and for AMP it will be like amp.example/page. So these two pages are having same content, but these two pages are treated as two different pages, right? These two pages are treated as two different pages from Google's point of view, right? So there's another example, that if you are having one normal version of a page and then another one is printable version of the page, then the normal version and the printable version, both versions are treated as two different pages, which you actually do not want, right? So you have to instruct Google, you have to tell Google, you have to give a hint to Google that okay, there are two pages, but this page, the page number 1, is the master copy of the page number 2, right? So this thing you have to tell to Google, and the method that you use, or the syntax, or the thing that you use to tell Google, to instruct or to hint to Google, is basically through canonical tag. So this is the problem that is basically resolved by the canonical tag. So if you see the syntax of canonical tag, it looks somewhere like you can see it's an like a link relation is equal to, and then quotes that saying canonical, and then href, and here is the link. So let me tell you how you will tell Google that which one is the master copy. So suppose if you are putting this particular tag on any one of your page, right, this particular tag on any one of your page, then you have to add this tag on your duplicate page, and the link which is present over here indicates that okay, I am putting this link on any page that is the duplicate of this link page. Okay, the link that I have mentioned over here. So this link is basically the master copy. This link is basically the master page, and where I am on which page I am putting this tag, basically this particular code is the duplicate one, right? That is written over here. It indicates that the page on which this tag appears, where you are going to put this tag, is basically the duplicate of the specified URL. Specified URL means this thing, right? So the URL over here, which you will mention over here, will be treated as the master copy or the master page, whereas on the page where we are basically putting this tag, we are writing this syntax, will be treated as duplicate, right? So this is the way you are going to implement canonical tags, right? Then you have to make sure that you are not making these kind of a silly mistakes that we have mentioned over here. A link relation canonical, you have to write this thing, right? This is the correct format. Many of the times we have seen that people are making mistake, that they are writing only this thing, page or page URL only, not the complete URL, the page part only, right? So you have to avoid this thing, and you can use only one canonical tag per page. You cannot use multiple canonical tags on a single page. You can use only a single canonical tag per page. And canonical tag is a page level meta tag that for that purpose you basically have to put it into the header of a web page, right? So the header of your duplicate web page, right? So that is the problem. That is the biggest problem that you will be facing, that okay, if I am having same kind of a content and on two different pages of my website, then there is only one page that we want to rank on. There is only one page that we want to tell Google about, so we want to index that page only. So for that purpose we have to tell Google very clearly that okay, there are other pages also which are present on my website, but the tag the page on which we are putting the tag is basically the duplicate of the page which whose address we have mentioned over here, right, in this tag. So I'm also going to tell you that how you can basically put this tag on the WordPress. If you have WordPress website, then how can you use this tag, or you can implement this tag using the Yoast plugin. So let me come to this thing. Okay, here it is. So I am on a page right over here, and if you have this Yoast plugin installed over here, you will be able to see these kind of options over here, and you just have to come to this advanced thing, right? And the page is selected. Just look at this. This is the page, right? Checkout is the page. So when you come down over here in the advanced section, okay, let me click this advanced section, and if you scroll down, you'll be coming here and you will be seeing over here canonical URL. Canonical URL option is present over here. You just have to put the master page URL over here, the master URL over here, and this particular syntax will be created on this particular page. So this particular page will be treated as a duplicate of the page. For example, if I am writing, okay, let me write something. Okay, here it is, WsCubeTech.com. So WsCubeTech.com is the master page of this particular page, right? So this is how we are going to use the canonical tags, and I believe you got to know that how canonical tags actually work and what are their importance. We are going to talk about robot.txt file. So we'll be covering introduction to robot.txt file, that what are the robot.txt file and how can we actually create them, where we have to upload them on a website, and then how to check whether the robot.txt file is perfectly working or not. So these three things we'll be covering in this particular video. So let's begin and start with the basics, that what is basically a robot.txt file and why do we actually need it. So guys, you can see over here, it is written over here, a robot.txt file tells search engines where they can and can't go on your website, on your site. So basically, the robot.txt file gives instructions to the crawlers, to the bots, to the Google crawlers, to the different other search engine bots, that which page of the website or which content of the website you have to index, and the other one which you do not have to index. So it basically instructs, it basically guides crawlers of other search engines that on which pages they should go and on which pages they should not go. So this file does that. Now we will learn how to create this file and all those things. But why do we need this thing? Again, a very important question comes into our mind, that why do we need, because from the very beginning of the SEO, we actually know that it is important to tell Google about all of our pages. We cannot ignore some of our pages. We want all of our pages to be indexed in Google server, and Google should know about our pages. Then why we implement robot.txt, where we are basically disallowing Google crawler or any other bot to reach on our website, right? So the reason is search arrives at a website with a predetermined allowance for how many pages it will crawl. Whenever a user, whenever a crawler basically comes on your website, they do have some predetermined or predefined budget, which is like they do have some predefined resources like time. So it is already defined that how much time they are going to spend on your website. So if that time is limited, you have to utilize that time of crawler in more efficient way, in most efficient way. Basically, you cannot let it let crawler scroll a very unwanted kind of pages or not so important pages which are there on your website. You always want crawler to crawl important pages of your website first, and then later you want crawler to go for less important pages, or which do not have any value for indexing, right? If those pages are getting indexed, that is basically not giving you much value. So the important thing is, first of all, you want a Google crawler to scan or to crawl important pages of your website. So for that, because there is a limited budget, so do not want to exhaust that budget, exhaust that time in crawling of the unwanted pages. So you just give instructions through robot.txt file to crawlers that okay, do not scan these pages or do not crawl these pages. So in that way, your crawling will be more efficient. So this is how it actually works, and this is why we require robot.txt. This is the first reason. There is another reason. Sometimes you do not want certain pages to be crawled and indexed due to certain reasons. If I give you the example, the pages can be like, for example, our website is WsCubeTech.com and it's like WP admin, right? So this is the URL, and this URL has no importance from Google search point of view, and we do not want this URL to be indexed. We do not want if anyone searches for WP admin or something like that, this URL is shown up into the search results. This is not a requirement. So for that purpose, we actually have to block this thing. So this is another reason why we actually use robot.txt. Now, how this robot.txt file actually looks. So let me tell you how it actually looks. So right now I am on the facebook.com. So you just go to any website like facebook.com and you write this thing, robots.txt. Make sure that you are writing the same text which is written over here, the same spelling which is written over here. It's robot.txt, right? So you have to write it over here, and you will be seeing this is the robot.txt file which you have to create and which you have to upload on our website. So it will look something like this. Now let us come to another thing. So there's another website, 360digitalgyan.com. Now we will be looking for robot.txt file of this particular website. So here we come. Here is again, you can see here is again the robot.txt file is present over here, and these all things have different meanings. For example, user agent is asterisk. So if asterisk is over here, which means that we are instructing all the bots, right? Whether they are Google bots, they are Yahoo bots, they are Bing bots, or any other bots on the internet, we are instructing or we are telling to each and every bot to do not crawl or do not scan over this page, right? So this can be changed also. For example, we have so many options over here in Facebook. So we'll be talking about this thing. So right over here, you can easily see user agent is present over here, and it is written over here like Applebot. So right now we are instructing Applebot that these all pages should not be indexed because they do not have any search value, or we do not want them to be indexed or shown into the search results. Then there are same instructions for Baidu, there are same instructions for Bing bot. So this is basically the syntax that you have to write. It's a very small syntax, right? It's not that complicated. You just have to put the small asterisk over here, and then you just have to disallow this thing. That's it, nothing much, right? And if you can allow something, so you have both the things. You can write allow or disallow, but allowing is by default present. So in most of the cases, people basically use it for disallowing the different disallow. So in most of the cases, most of the people use it to disallow crawler to visit on their web pages, certain web pages basically. Now, how can you create a robot.txt file for yourself, and how can you upload, or where you have to upload? So you just come to this notepad thing. It's a simple.txt file, so you have to rely on notepad for that, and just you have to write this code. For example, I am writing this code over here. You just have to write this code, and make sure that when you are saving this file, you are saving it by the name of robots. Remember, you are saving it by the name of robots. So the name of the file will be robots.txt especially, right? No need to change anything. You cannot write robot, you cannot make R capital, avoid all these things, because when crawler will come on your website for the first time, what they will be looking for, they will be looking for robots.txt file. So if they will find robot.txt file, they'll continue their scanning or indexing or crawling based on the instructions which are mentioned in the robot.txt file. So you make sure that it is written by the same name. So you have to just save this. These are the very basic steps, and wherever you are saving it, remember that wherever you are saving it, then what you have to do is you have to take the help of your developer. If you are not very much familiar with the cPanel, everything, then you have to take the help of your developer. So by the help of developer or by yourself, you have to upload this file which we have named as robots.txt. This is the file robots.txt. You have to upload this file to the home directory, right? To the root directory, basically, not home directory, to the root directory. So it will appear something like that, right? If your website, if your domain is facebook.com, it will appear like facebook.com robots.txt. And if your domain is like 360digitalgyan, it will appear like 360digitalgyan.com/robot.txt. This is how it is going to look, right? So for different websites, you can easily find. Let us come to another one. I'm writing indiatimes.com, looking for the robots.txt file over here. Let's check this. Okay, here also you can see there's also the robot.txt file which is present, and the instruction is given to all the bots. Got my point? Now you can also check, once you have done all these things, you have uploaded the file to the root directory. Now you have to check that whatever instructions you have given, or all those instructions are working fine or not. For that purpose, there is a robot.txt checker, right? There is a file tester basically for the webmaster. So you have to just come to Google and type robots.txt check, and you have to come to this robots.txt testing tool. Right over here, you have to select the property, right? Your property means your website on which you have implemented your robot.txt. So let me select, we have implemented on 360 digital gyan, so I'm selecting that part only. I will be verifying about this particular file. We'll be testing this particular file whether it is working fine or not. So once you come over here, it's written 360digitalgyan.com, and this you can easily see this thing is disallowed. So let's select this thing and let's type it over here, and we will test, right? We will test. Now it is showing disallow, right? Because it is mentioned over there in the our robot.txt file that we have to disallow this thing. Now let's try another URL whether it is disallowing that URL, or it is crawlable by the search engines bots. So we will be coming back to the website, and I'll be taking you to another URL so that we can test whether this URL is blocked by robot.txt file or blocked due to robot.txt file or not. As we know that it will not be blocked, because there was only one URL which was basically blocked. So let us copy this thing from here. I'm copying this thing from here, and we'll be pasting it over here, and we'll be again clicking on test. And now you can easily see how it looks. It's saying allowed, which means that this particular URL is not blocked by robot.txt. So this is how robot.txt file works. This is the main purpose of robot.txt file, and we should implement robot.txt files on our website whenever required. About sitemaps, we will be discussing what are the sitemaps and what are the different types of sitemaps. Right? So many times people get confused that how many types of sitemaps are there. Basically, two types of sitemaps are there, which is like one is XML sitemap, and other one is HTML sitemap. So in this particular video, we will be discussing about the difference between HTML sitemap and XML sitemap. Also, I have broken this video into two parts. So in one part, we will be discussing about the concept related to sitemap, that what is sitemap, how it actually works, and what kind of help or what kind of SEO benefit it is going to provide us. And the second video, I'll be talking a much practical thing, that how we can actually create the sitemaps, right? So let's begin. And I have an example over here. You can see, rather I have two examples over here, and in one example I am showing the structure of my website, which is like for example, this is our home page, which is abc.com. Then there is another page which is about us, contact us, category, product, subcategory, and product too. So whenever a crawler comes to our website, what the crawler is going to do, crawler is going to visit on different pages, and crawler will be collecting information about the pages, right? This is the thing that crawler actually does. So in this scenario, when I am showing you the example one, the crawler will be coming to our home page, for example, abc.com. Then the crawler will go to about us page. Then the crawler will go to contact us page, can go to category page, can go to product one, right? And after product one, it will go to subcategory page. So there is no predefined structure that in what way crawler is going to crawl our website. This is a big problem, right? There should be a clear structure or clear indication that on what pages the crawler has to go first, and then on what pages the crawler will be going for the second time or the third time, right? So there should be a proper sequence or the proper format that a crawler should follow when they come to our website. So this is the big problem that can be resolved by sitemap, right? So this is the raw website, your raw website, we can say without sitemap. If your website is without sitemap, the crawler is coming to abc.com, then it can go to contact us, then it can go to subcategories. There's no proper sequence to which crawler will follow, right? But in example 2, when we see example 2, it's clearly defined, right? You can see the structure is clearly defined, that there is home page, which is abc.com. Then we have two pages like about us and contact us. In about us, we have another page which is category 1. Then we have subcategory related pages, right? Then we have product pages. So here we can say that the relation between these two pages, which is like product 1 and product 2, the relation is that these two products are directly related to subcategory. But here in this example, you cannot identify that whether your product 1 or product 2 page is directly related to subcategory or not. It's just a kind of a list. There is basically a list of URL which is present over here, right? There is basically a list of your website URL. So no proper structure is here. But when we see example number 2, what we are going to see is there is a proper structure, right? So we also want crawler to crawl for the websites, right? Like example number 2, crawler should crawl website like example number 2, so that they can better understand our website. They can better understand the structure of website, that how our website works, what kind of pages are there, what kind of connections between the pages are there, and the pages are linking to which category, all those things, right? So we'll never want that a crawler should know about our website in this way, which I have mentioned in example number 1. It is unorganized. And in example number 2, the structure of the website is more organized and the crawler will know better about our website. So this is the basic difference between these two structures of the website. And when we implement sitemap, on our website, what we do to crawler is basically, what we provide to crawler is like this kind of structure. A sitemap is a file that basically holds the records of your pages in this format, in a very structured format. So whenever the crawler comes to your website, they basically look for the sitemap file first. Once they find the sitemap file, they know that, okay, now they are very much clear, the crawlers are very much clear that which pages they have to crawl first and which pages they have to crawl next, and how they are going to crawl the pages of your website. So sitemap is a file that basically helps crawler understand your website in a very better way. This is the basic definition. This is the basic definition through which we can understand how crawlers work using sitemaps, right? And what is the benefit of the sitemap. So this is basically the benefit of the sitemap. Now, if we talk about how it actually looks, you can easily find over here an XML sitemap is specially written for the search engine bots, right? So it is for the bots only. It is not for the humans. The humans are not going to see the XML sitemap. There are two kind of sitemaps that I told you in the beginning of this particular video. There is XML sitemap and there is HTML sitemap. HTML sitemap is specifically for the users, right? It is for the user. It is designed for the users. Whereas XML sitemap is designed for the crawler, for the bots, for the robots, right? For the spiders, right? So you can see an XML sitemap is specially written for search engine spider. So it is written like you can see this kind of things. The XML format, it can be read only by the spiders. They can understand, the bots can easily understand what is written over here. A search engine spider can quickly and easily extract all the important pieces information about a site by looking at the XML sitemap, right? So, or the XML file. So whenever a crawler comes to your website, what they do first is they look for the sitemap file. Once they find the sitemap file, they understand, okay, this sitemap file tells her that the website structure is very clear, which pages are linking to which pages and which pages are related with which pages, all those things, the connections between the pages and the hierarchy of your website, the depth of your website, the pages, the individual pages, interconnections and everything. So it becomes very clear from the sitemaps. So crawler first look for the sitemaps, they follow the sitemaps, and according to the sitemaps, they come to know a very better version of your website, right? This is about the XML sitemap. Now, if we talk about the HTML sitemap, so you can easily see an HTML sitemap enables lost human users to find a page on your site that they are looking for. So it is not for the crawlers, it is for the humans. The XML sitemap is not visible to humans, right? It is not present anywhere on the website. If you go to website and you want to find XML sitemap like on the web pages, basically it is not present on the web pages. You have to find it from some other way, right? I'll tell you in the next video when we'll be talking about how can we practically create sitemaps and how can we upload these sitemaps in each everything. So it is not available for the users. Basically, in the beginning, it is not available for the users. But yes, user can see, but they have to dig into their files of their website. Then they will be able to see. Initially, they will not be able to see. It's not present on the website actually, right? But HTML sitemap are present on your website. These are nothing but your hyperlinks, right? So hyperlinks, you can see this is the screenshot of a website, indiatimes.com, and here you can see these are the different hyperlinks, right? So you have the categories, you have the pages, and each and everything very properly organized for the users. So if you want to see what kind of pages are there on this particular website as a user, if you want to see what kind of pages are there on the website, you can definitely find out the HTML sitemap and click on that click on any of the link and then go to that particular page. So this is for the users, and the XML sitemap is for the crawlers. So XML sitemap gives a very important information about the structure, the hierarchy of your website to the crawlers, right? So guys, in this particular video, we have learned that what is the basic difference between HTML sitemap and XML sitemaps, and how do XML sitemaps actually look and what they actually do. So providing proper structure is a great thing from SEO point of view. If you are providing a proper structure or the proper hierarchy, giving proper information about your website to the SEO crawlers, SEO related crawlers or the Google crawlers, right? So that is a great benefit of sitemap. We are going to learn that how can we create sitemaps, XML sitemaps basically, and then how can we actually upload those sitemaps on our website. So you can see on my laptop screen, I have a demo website over here, which is like ecommarket.xyz. So this is basically a demo website. So now we are going to create the sitemap for this website, and we'll be uploading the sitemap in the root folder of this website. So we need a hosting panel for that. We'll be doing all those things, right? So please watch this video carefully till the very end. We'll be discussing so many important things in this particular video. So here we can check that whether sitemap is present over here or not. So right now I'm putting the URL of this sitemap, and you can easily find that sitemap is not present over here. So now we have to create the sitemap. So to create sitemap, you just have to simply go to Google and type like create XML sitemap. Very simple. You just have to write this thing, and the first link that you are going to see will be from XML sitemap generator, right? So you just click on this XML sitemap generator, and then you have to put your URL over here. Let me take the URL from here. So I have just pasted this thing over here. The URL I have just pasted over here. Actually, the time which is involved in creating the sitemap depends on the size of your website, right? And the number of the URLs that your website has, the number of categories, subcategories your website has. So you have some more options over here where you do have the option of including the last modification, page last modification attribute, which is something like if we come to any other web sitemap. Okay, I'm taking you to another sitemap just to show you the how it actually looks. And then there is page priority attribute. So we have to select both these things by default, right? So I'll be selecting it as mentioned over here. It's like automatically, so that's absolutely fine for us. Let us select this as automatically, and you can see the priority and last modification, right? These two things are actually generated automatically if we select them as automatic. Now we just have to click on this start, and I don't think so this website is going to take so much of time, just because this is a very light, I mean 1 or 2 pages are only there. So it will take around like you see only 2 seconds are remaining. If you are going to create a sitemap for a bigger website, it's going to take a lot of time for you. A lot of means it will be taking around like 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, that much amount of time. So here it is. Now the sitemap is perfectly done. Now we have to click on this visit sitemap details. Now here is your sitemap. It contains all the information about your URLs. Now we have to download this sitemap. Okay, perfect. We have to download this sitemap right over here, and we have to take this sitemap to our hosting. So once we come to hosting, we have to go to file manager. Let me explain you the process. We have to go to file manager, and in file manager we have to find the root folder of our website or our domain. So here it is. We have to come over here and we have to upload this thing, the file that we have downloaded, the XML file that we have downloaded over here. So we just have to come to this thing, and we have to go to this download section. That is the file sitemap.xml. So now I have to upload the file over here. So let me select this file, and I have changed the name. It was sitemap1 earlier. Now I have changed it as sitemap.xml. So I'll open it, sitemaps.xml, and we'll come back to this this folder, and now we will come back to our website just to refresh and see that whether it is working or not. So I'll change this as sitemaps, and then I'll be clicking on enter. You can see over here. So now we have sitemap present on our website. Now what we have to do is basically we have to go to Google Search Console, and in Google Search Console we have to give the address of the sitemap to Google Search Console. So let me tell you about the process that how we are going to do this. We have to go to Google Search Console. So now I am into my Google Search Console thing. You just have to come to this sitemap thing. Perfect. Here is the sitemap. You just have to come to this sitemap thing, and you have to put the URL of the sitemap. So for example, the URL for us is basically like this, right? Ignore this thing. I am telling you on different website because this is a demo website and do not have Google Search Console connected with this website. So please ignore this thing. Just imagine this is ecommarket.xyz, and now I have to put the address of our sitemap, and then we have to click on the submit. That's it. Now our sitemap is submitted, and our sitemap is live on our website and submitted into the Google Search Console. This is how you are going to submit your sitemap practically to Google Search Console and to upload on your website. About the DA, that is domain authority, and PA, which is page authority. So we are going to discuss what are these two matrices that we used to see when we learn SEO, when we do the SEO of our website or web page. We come across these kind of two matrices, these very famous two matrices, which is DA, that is domain authority, which tells us about the reputation of our domain, and the other one is page authority, which tells us about the authority and the reputation and the value basically of our page. So we are going to study what are these two matrices and how they are going to help us in our SEO. So let me tell you very first that domain authority is not given by Google. Many of the people get confused that, okay, if we follow domain authority, then it is a very genuine metric. Google used to follow this kind of metric. No, it's not followed by Google. It is not given by Google, and Google does not say anything about domain authority, right? The metric domain authority. This metric is developed by Moz, right? You can see on my laptop screen, this metric is basically developed by Moz. Very similar to, I'm writing over here, very similar to DA. There is another metric which is like domain rating, right? This is domain authority, the DA, domain authority, and then there is another metric which is domain rating, and this metric is given by RFs, right? So there are different tools which used to give different matrices, different parameters on which you basically decide that if this particular website is good or not. Now let us assume that if any website is having a domain authority or DA of 50, what does it actually means? It means that how much value that particular domain is carrying, right? How much value that particular domain is carrying. So higher the number of domain authority, the greater chances are there that if you are getting any backlink from that particular website, those backlinks are of high quality, right? So basically domain authority tells us about the quality of any website, and it is given by Moz. Then the score ranges from 0 to 100 on a 100-point logarithmic scale. This you have to keep in mind that when we talk about domain authority of any domain is given between 0 to 100 by Moz, and it basically ranges from 0 to 100-point scale, and this scale is logarithmic. Logarithmic means that if your website is having a DA of 40, which means that, okay, this is an average website and it is having a domain authority of 40. Now the effort that you have taken, or the efforts that were required to bring that particular website from 30 to 40, right? Earlier it was on 30, the domain authority of any domain was 30, now it is 40. So the effort or the effort, basically the effort, we can call it as effort, the effort that we have put to bring that from 30 to 40 are going to be very, very high when we are going to increase our DA from 70 to 80, right? So this is basically the logarithmic scale, that effort that you are making from 30 to 40, right, to increase your domain rating from domain rating or the domain authority from 30 to 40. Those efforts will not be the same when you are looking to improve your domain authority from 70 to 80, right? So this is basically logarithmic. As higher you go, the chances of increasing your domain authority becomes tough, right? Because the competition is high. It is used as a comparative metric, which means that if you have a DA of 30 and if your competitor is having a DA of 40, which means that they are having a good backlink profile. Basically, the DA, Moz calculates DA based on your backlink profile. If any website that is having a very good quality of backlinks, which means that their DA will be high, right? It is actually based on the link profile. That is what I have mentioned over here in the very last point. And if we come to page authority, it is again developed by Moz, right? Page authority or PA is developed by Moz, and it also ranges from 0 to 100. Earlier, when we were talking about domain authority, it was limited to domain only, right? And when we talk about page authority, the page authority metric is limited to a single page only, right? So each and every page has different page authority. There is domain authority, which is associated with domain of the website. And when there is page authority, it is associated with the individual pages, right? So each and every page, based on their link profile, the kind of link that they are receiving from different website, the kind of quality of the links that they are receiving from different websites, and the link juice that is given to them, it basically decides that what kind of page authority will be there, or what number of page authority will be there for that particular page, right? So page authority is limited to page, and domain authority is limited to domain. Also, based on the link profile and other SEO factors, approximately 40 plus. I mean, there are so many factors that can decide the page authority. Like the links that I have told you, it is a major factor. Apart from links, there are other factors such as on-page SEO, such as the quality of your content, such as the keyword placement, some technical stuff, technical SEO related stuff. So all these things together constitutes the page authority of any page. To improve page authority, try to get external links from high authority websites. So if you are looking to improve the page authority of your page, which you want to rank, right, which you want to show up in the Google search results on any particular keyword, then basically what you have to point is that you should aim for getting backlinks from a very high authority website, right? So this is the basic difference between domain authority and what is domain authority, and page authority, what is page authority. So now it is important for us to look at the practical aspect of how it actually looks. So you have to, guys, what you have to do is you have to install this Moz bar, which is Moz extension. Since I told you that the domain authority and the page authority are the matrices from Moz, so you have to basically install this Moz bar in your Chrome, right? Chrome browser, and from there you can analyze any pages page authority and any domains domain. Let me show you how you can do it practically. So right now, if I'm typing India Times over here, right, I'm typing India Times over here, and let's see what domain authority this particular website is having. So just I have to click this small icon, which is M over here, to make it activated, right? Okay, here it is now activated. As you can see, it lights up, right? So you will be seeing this this bar over here, and it will be carrying some information, right? So you also have to sign up to this particular thing. So here I am sign up, and I am having my ID login into it, so it is showing this kind of data. If you do not, then you have to just create your account and then log in. This is very basic, right? So this particular website is having a domain authority of 93 and page authority of 71. So let me go to some other page of this particular website, and these things will be changed, right? So let me see if there is any changes. Okay, let me see. I don't think so there are any changes right now, because the domain authority will remain constant. What I believe is there might be some changes into the page authority, but we have to confirm it over here that are there any changes or not, right? So you just have to refresh your pages if you want to analyze the page authority of any page, right? Just refresh it, and then you'll be able to see the page authority metric over here too, right? So we can also find these matrices, or we can also see these matrices into the Google search result pages. So if I am putting like India over here, just India, right? So there will be plenty of websites which will be showing into the Google search results, and with each and every website we can analyze the page authority and the domain authority, right? So okay, here it is not showing, so let me refresh it again. Okay, and we will do it once again. Maybe it is off or something like that. Okay, we'll come back over here. We will click on this thing again, so it is basically light up. So here it is, and we will refresh it once again to make sure that the Moz bar appears somewhere, right? So it will appear somewhere over here, the Moz bar, and you will be able to see the DA and PA related matrices. So here it is, guys. I have just changed the query, right? So now you can see each and every page over here in the search engine result pages is showing DA to us, the DA of this particular website is 78 and the PA is this thing. So you can analyze these things using your this Moz bar, right? So let's come back to this thing. It will also show up over here. Okay, you can find, right, PA is over here 42 for this particular page and DA for this whole website is 93. So these are the two very important matrices that basically tells you about the quality of the page and the quality of the domain, and whether you should go for the backlink from these pages or not, right? You will always aim to get backlinks from the pages which have high domain authority and high page rank. So right guys, talk about another very important aspect from technical SEO point of view, that is redirect. So we are going to study what are the redirects, how do we implement them, and what are the two types of redirects which are very famous, that is 301. What is 301 redirect and what is 302, that is 302 redirect. So let's begin with the definition, the basic definition, which says that a redirect is a way to send both users and search engines to a different URL from the one they are originally requested. Suppose if there is any user and that particular user is going into the browser and typing like www.a.com, but when the page loads, it's like https www.a.com. This is basically the redirection. It can be something like that also, like if you have domain like a.com, and if you have also purchased the domain like a.in, if you have also purchased the domain like a.co.in, then in that case what are you going to do is, you basically, if this one is your primary domain and if you want that anybody who is typing a.in or a.co.in, then these URLs should also point to this particular website. So this is basically redirection. If we talk about the basic definition, that what is a redirect or what is the process redirection, then this is basically the redirection. So it basically moves, or it basically sends users as well as search engines to a very different URL which is originally requested. Then what are the two different types of redirects? Then technically we do have two types of redirects. The one is 301, or it is also called as 301 redirection. Sometimes it is called as permanent redirection. Let me write over here, it's permanent redirection. And the other one we have is 302 or 302 redirection, which is basically temporary. It is temporary redirection. So how these two redirections actually work and what they provide us, let's discuss this thing. URL has been moved permanently to another URL. We are going to implement 301. So when we are going to implement 301, in the case where the URL is permanently shifted, for example, if you are having a URL which is like http, right, http www.a.com, now you are going to buy SSL. So once you buy the SSL, what are you going to do is, you are going to basically redirect this particular URL to https. Fine, got my point. This will be www.a.com, and this will be a permanent redirection. It is not temporary redirection. You will never come back to this particular URL, right? So the temporary redirection is one, you are basically redirecting users or the crawlers to different URL for a specific time period. Maybe it's kind of a temporary thing. It's not a permanent thing, right? But in this case, in this particular example, what are you going to do is, you are going to redirect users and the crawlers from this particular URL to this particular URL. It would be a permanent shift, right? You are not going to come back to this URL, or you will never want other users and the crawlers to come back to this URL, right? So this is a permanent shift. So in that case, if you are having any permanent shift, then you are going to use 301 redirection. The second important point is, 301 redirection possesses between 90 to 99% of the link equity, that is ranking power or the link value, to the redirected page. Suppose if you are having this particular URL which is running there for like 4 months, 6 months, right? This particular URL, and it is running there for like what I have assumed is 4 months. It is running there for like 4 months. Then so many backlinks are there which are pointing to this particular URL, this URL. Now you are shifting it to 301 redirection and you are making it like HTTPS, right? In that case, what will happen is, the backlink strength that this URL is having will be transferred to the another one to which you are actually redirecting. This is why, because we are using 301 redirection. So whenever you are using 301 redirection, what will happen there, 90 to 90%, 99% of the link equity, it ranges between 90 to 99%. It can be somewhere like 89% also. You cannot judge it perfectly, but it is somewhere, we call it somewhere between 90 to 99% of the link equity passes to the redirected link, right? This one, HTTPS, right? So broadly speaking, 301 redirects are implemented when you want to move all of the SEO value, right? All of the SEO value, the link power, to the destination URL after the source has changed permanently. That only example was there. Moving a new domain permanently, right? So if you are moving a new domain, you are purchasing a new domain, then those kind of redirections are basically the 301 redirection. For example, you were working on this domain earlier, now you want to move to this domain, then there will be a redirection which will be 301 redirection. Changing a site's protocol permanently, example, if you are doing a migration from HTTP to HTTPS, what kind of redirection you are going to consider will be 301 redirection, right? So this is basically 301 redirection. When we talk about 302 redirection, it indicates that URL has been temporarily moved to another URL. So there is temporarily shift. It's not like that we are moving permanently, right? So there is no new domain, or if there is any new domain, so it is not basically the permanent shift. So in that case, we do not require all the SEO value to be transferred to the new domain, right? Because the reason is, so what we are assuming over here is we'll be coming back to our previous URL. So if we are coming back to our previous URL, there's no need to pass all the SEO value or all the link strength to the new domain or the new URL, right? Got my point? So if it is the case, then we are going to use 302 redirection. Search engines don't immediately pass page rank to the destination URL. That is what I told you just. 302 doesn't indicate that destination URL should be indexed, right? So when you are applying 302 redirection, it doesn't indicate that the destination URL should be indexed, because it is a temporary shift. It can be used in the cases of A/B testing. Suppose if you are having a landing page A and if you are having a landing page B, and previously you were working on landing page A, now you want to test some other things on your landing page, another elements of the landing page, then what you will do is basically, and you are not sure that you will be moving to this particular URL permanently or not. So you have created another page of different URL. Now what you have done is you have applied, or you have moved the users and the crawlers from here to here with 302 redirection, right? So you can use them into testing also when you are testing your landing pages and everything for recurring temporary content, right? So these are the different points which justifies that in what conditions you are going to use 302 redirection. So guys, there are two kind of redirections, which is 301, also known as permanent redirection, and there's another redirection which is 302, which is known as temporary redirection. And these both redirections, we basically implement them according to the situations, according to the needs, right? We are going to discuss about SEO friendly URLs. We are going to talk about the characteristics, the structure of SEO friendly URL. So let's straight away start the things and do not waste much time. So you can see an example is mentioned over here, and if you see this part, this is basically called as the permalink. This is basically called as the permalink, right? So you can customize these permalinks in different CMS, and you can do it in WP also, right? Now, if we talk about the folder structure of the URL, right? So we have two examples over here. This one is first and this one is second. But if you closely observe this example, where we are having the domain itself over here, and then we are having categories, subcategories, product type, product, and then product one, right? So you can see the depth of this URL. This is quite deep, right? The URL is quite deep. So this will create problem for the crawlers to crawl, right? It is going to create problem for the crawlers to crawl. A crawler will not be able to go that deep into your website and fetch each and everything, right? So it is not recommended. You should not go for the URLs which are very deep, right? You should go for the shallow URLs, right? So here in the second example, you can see it's example.com, categories, subcategories, product. It is up to level 3, right? We can see it as level 3. So it is fine. It is fine. It is absolutely acceptable, and you go for the URLs like this. But do not go for the URLs like this. Avoid going very deep, right? Avoid going very deep into the URLs or creating very deep URLs, right? It is going to create the problem for crawlers. So let's talk about the next points. And the second next point is use the keyword in the URL. You can use the keyword in the URL, but do not overuse the keywords, right? You can just use the keywords, or you can use the semantic. Okay, you can use the semantic or intent based keywords, right? So if you are having your primary keyword, let's suppose your primary keyword is digital marketing, okay, then you can use any semantic keyword or intent based keyword like online marketing. It is absolutely acceptable, right? But do not overuse keywords in your URL. Do not stuff keywords in your URL. And then the next point is never include special characters like and. Do not include any special characters into your URL which are not basically SEO friendly. Then connect URLs to the page content, which means that by seeing a URL, one can understand that, okay, what is going to be there in the page, right? Just take the example of this this URL. We have written over here, create complete SEO audit report for clients. So it is very obvious, it is very clear from the URL itself, from the permalink itself, that what is there in the content. So you can relate, right? Basically, connecting is not like you just go and connect URLs with the page. It's like having the intent, right? Having the intent of your content into your URL. So you make sure that you have these things with your URL. Now, the fourth point is avoid automated numeric level. This comes dynamically. So make sure that your URLs are not dynamically generated. Those are not very SEO friendly. And example from Moz is written over here, right? They have an example over here which says that, okay, you can see some numbers are here and then some variables and something like that. And this is very clean URL. So you should also go for clean URLs. You should avoid using these numeric levels or the dynamic strings which are attached to the URLs, right? So avoid doing these things. Then SEO friendly URLs improves user experience. That is what I just told you, right? When we see this example, it clearly defines that the content which is present on this URL is about the SEO audit report for clients. So it makes user friendly, right? User can easily understand the content that is there on this particular URL. Now let's come back to another point, which is use lowercase in URLs. You should always use lowercase in your URLs, which will lower the chances of the duplicate content. Suppose if you have created any URL like a.com and it's like SEO, perfect. And then you have another URL which is like a.com SEO, right? Or it is small and we can write it like this only. It is capital S, right? So always make a standard that you are going to use these kind of URLs, not these kind of URLs, because if you are using this URL and this URL and the same content is there on both the URLs, it is going to create the duplicate content, right? Or there will be issues related to duplicacy. URLs can help in backlinking also. It is like, suppose if you are having this particular URL, the first one that we have written over here, or example, if you are having this particular URL with you, right, then it is very easy. It will become basically very easy for you to create anchor text based on this particular URL, right? Because the meaning of this URL is very clear. So you can easily create anchor text around it, which will help you in creating backlinks. So the anchor text for this URL can be, let's assume an example. It can be like SEO audit. Okay, SEO audit report. Just very simple, right? You can do like this. Okay, fine, got it. So guys, these are the different points which relates, or we can say that which are the characteristics which defines what is basically a SEO friendly URL. About the alt text, right guys? So it is a very important concept from on-page optimization point of view as well as image optimization point of view. So let's explore what is alt text in SEO. So we'll begin from the name itself. Alt text is the short form of alternative text, and which is also known as alt attributes or alt descriptions. So here the syntax of alt text, how it actually looks. So you can see here is the name of image, and then here comes the alt text, which is like about alt text, and this mentions that it is alt text, right? So this is the syntax of alt text. This is how it looks into code. Now let's talk about the importance of alt text. They are displayed in place of an image if an image file cannot be loaded. So there are so many cases when image is not able to load, right? When the image does not loads on the browser. So in that case, what happens is the alt text that you mentioned over there is going to show, right? So basically that is why the name is given over here is alternative text, right? So this one is the first point, and the second point is it provides better image context description. So it gives information about the image which is there to search engines, right, helping them to index an image properly. So in many of the cases when search engines actually not able to understand what kind of image it is, what information this image provides, or how do we understand this particular image, so in that case the alt text actually works, right? So they provide the context and the description. They provide basically the meaning to the image, right? So what the image is all about is actually defined by alt text, right? So it helps crawlers also to identify what kind of image it is, or what kind of information this image contains, or what this image is all about. Then how we should write our alt text. There are some good cases over here. So this is the syntax, and now how we are going to write the alt text. So here are 4 examples we have over here, 1, 2, 3 and 4. So here the alt text is missing, which is absolutely not recommended. You cannot ignore the alt text. You have to mention alt text over here, right? But you can ignore it for the images which are not there for the informational purpose, or we do not relate with the blog or the content, and which are like only icons, or the images which are there only for the beautification purpose, right? So you can ignore alt text over there. Apart from this case, right, there's no need to ignore, and you have to mention some alt text over there which should be relevant to the image, right? And the second example over here is this one. I told you that it is absolutely not recommended. The second option is that you are writing digital marketing over here in alt text. So this is less contextual, right? We can say that this is very less contextual, because it does not give complete information that what this image is all about, right? What this image is, it just mentions that the image is about digital marketing. So it is not recommended. You can go with it, there is no problem, you can go with it, but it's not the optimal method or optimal way to define alt text. Then the third example is you can see image source over here, and the alt text is digital marketing course in Hindi, which looks like something very decent, right? Which looks like appropriate, very optimal, right? So from this alt text we can easily identify that the image is about digital marketing course in Hindi. So that's it, right? The information is complete over here. It is not half, it is absolutely complete over here. So I'll suggest you to go for this particular version, or this particular way of writing the alt text for your images. The fourth one is the only digital marketing course in Hindi, digital marketing training, learn complete digital marketing, etc, etc. So it's quite long, right? You have to ignore, and keyword stuffing is also there, right? Digital marketing course, digital marketing training, digital marketing here. So there's keyword stuffing also, so you have to ignore this thing. So what the conclusion over here is, you have to go with the format which is very similar to this thing, the third one, right? So these are the desired formats, or we can say that these are the format that we should opt while writing the alt text. Now let's come to the next slide, where we have some points which we have to make sure that we are following them, right? First one is try to focus on describing the image as it is, right? So if you are writing about digital marketing, if the image is about digital marketing, mention the words according to it, right? Do not mention the words which do not explain the image, or which do not define the context of the image. Then keep it optimum in length. That is what I told you, right? You do not keep it very short, which do not provide any meaning to the image. You do not make it so long that there comes some keyword stuffing and all those things. Use your primary keyword, the keyword that you have selected, the keyword on which you are doing all your SEO stuffs, the keywords on which you want to rank your website. So you are going to identify your primary keywords for which you are going to do all your efforts, SEO efforts. So you can use that primary keyword into your alt text, right? But remember that primary keyword should relate to your image, and then alt text should relate to your primary keyword. So all these three things should be streamlined. Then avoid keyword stuffing. That's what I told you here in this particular example. You should avoid keyword stuffing. It's not a good practice. It's not good practice anywhere when you are doing SEO. And then fifth point is don't use image of, photo of. So I've seen people writing, for example, this is a cat image, this is a cat image, and then you are going for your alt text as image of cat, right, which is actually not required because you have already mentioned over here. If we look at the syntax very closely, what you will identify is that you have already mentioned. So Google knows that this is image. You do not have to tell Google that this is image of or photo of. So you cannot use those kind of words, right? Image of or photo of. What you have to write is only cat, right? That is going to work. But if you can define more than this, just a single word like this, which is mentioned over here as cat, you should define something more, right? The moving cat or the sitting cat, dancing cat, whatever it is, so that Google understands your images in a very better way. So it indexes them in very right way, right? So I believe you got to know now how these alt text actually works and what are these alt text. Talk about SSL certificate, that is security aspect of website from search engines optimization point of view, or with respect to search engine optimization. So we will be discussing around what is SSL certificate and what are the benefits of SSL certificate in search engine optimization. So let's begin this video and let's talk about what Google says, right? So Google rarely mentions that if you do this, you will improve your site's ranking in the search engine results pages. So you'll not come across so many times that Google is directly mentioning something, or Google is talking about their direct ranking factors much, right? So we have to figure out that what actually works in search engine optimization and how our rankings are going to improve. But something very unusual happened in year 2014 on 6th August 2014 when Google did said something very particular with respect to the SSL certificate, which was like Google confirmed that websites with an SSL certificate would get an added advantage in the search engine result pages. So the website which are secure basically, or which are having SSL certificate installed, they are going to have some added advantage in the search engine result pages. So their ranking will improve, right? So there will be some added advantage towards the ranking into the search engine result pages. So how they actually look, see, here is a screenshot which says that this particular website is not having SSL certificate. So it will show something like not secure, and the HTTPS will be like this crossed, right? So which means that the website is not secured, or it is not installed with SSL certificate. Whereas on the websites where the SSL certificate is present, you are going to see something like this. There is a lock which mentions that this website is secured, and you are going to see something over here in green like connection is secure. So these are the basic differences which will help you in identifying whether a website is SSL certified or not, right? So this is how it actually looks. Now let's talk about the boost in the search engine's ranking with respect to SSL certificate. So here is a graph, and we have two axes over here, x-axis, which is one is horizontal one, and then here is the y-axis. So if we talk about the SSL certificate is on the y-axis, whereas you see Google position is on the x-axis. So the websites which are having SSL certificate are ranking at a greater position. It is proved, right? So over the period of time, when the research is made, when the graph is plotted, when the analysis is done, when the data is analyzed, it is observed that the website which are having SSL certificate on their website, okay, the website which are basically configured with SSL certificate are more likely to have good ranking, right, in comparison to the websites which lack SSL certificate or which are not using SSL certificate. So the websites which are not using SSL certificate are performing very poor in search engine result pages when compared to the websites with SSL certificate, right? So this is proved, right? According to different researchers, according to different data, this is actually proved. Now another very important aspect of SSL certificate is that it helps in improving SEO by improving the user experience. Now let's take a very common example. If you come across these two websites, right, let's take an example that these two websites are e-commerce websites, and you are the consumer and you are going to buy anything from any one of this website. Which website will you prefer? Let's assume that you are not an SEO guy, you do not know anything about the search engine optimization, you are not digital marketing guy, right? And you do not know stuffs about SSL certificate, the technicalities, the ranking, the search engine result pages, all those stuffs. You are just a normal consumer, right? A layman kind of a person, right? Now, if you are seeing these two websites, one is a red thing mentioned over here, which says that it is not secure, and the other thing which is there in like a green color and which says that connection is secure. So on which website you are going to do the transaction? It is very obvious that you will follow this particular website and you will be purchasing from this particular website because of this surety that the connection is secure and the cards or the payment methods that you are going to use, the information that you are going to put onto this website is definitely encrypted, right? So this is a psychological aspect also from a from very general perception. If we ignore all the technical aspect of search engine optimization, it is very obvious that the people who are going on to the SSL certified website or the secured website, there are more chances that they are going to do transactions from there, right? So this is another aspect of SSL certificate. Apart from this, we know that the technical importance is that Google prefers that website, right? So the websites which are SSL certified are going to rank higher in the search engine result pages. This is proved earlier also. So if we talk about the different types of SSL certificate now, so there are like 5 types of SSL certificates. The one is single domain SSL certificate. So if you are taking this certificate, and then you will not be able to apply that certificate on your subdomains or something like that. If you have a website and you are planning something around your subdomain or something like that, then you should not go for this single domains SSL certificate. So if you are researching about SSL certificates, if you are planning to buy a SSL certificates, you are going on to different websites who provide SSL certificates, right? There are many websites which provides SSL certificates like GoDaddy, and there are different hosting companies also that also provide you the services with SSL certificate. So if you are going there, if you are looking to buy, you will come across all these types of SSL certificate. So it is important for you to know the basics, that what are these different types of SSL certificate. So the second one is multi-domain SSL. As the name suggests, you can use it on different domains. And the third one is wildcard SSL certificate, which covers all the domains on a single root domain, right? So if there is a root domain and you have different domains, right, then this wildcard SSL certificate covers each and everything over there, right? Organization SSL certificate, it works as a single domain SSL certificate only, but there is like some authentication of organization related details. So this is organization, as the name also suggests, organization SSL certificate. And then if we talk about the extended SSL certificate, so there is some visual benefit in extended SSL certificate. Here comes the company name also, just like this. You can see this small green lock icon over here, and along with that you can see this company name also over here, right? So this comes with extended SSL certificate. If you are opting for the extended SSL certificate, then your company name will also be visible there in browser. So this is again a very important thing. You can kind of say that it's kind of a show up where you are basically mentioning your company name. So these are the different types of SSL certificate. We talked about the importance of SSL certificate, and it is one of the factor which is directly related with the ranking system of Google. So if you are ignoring this thing, definitely there are chances that I'm pretty much sure that your website is not going to perform very well in the search engine result pages on different keywords. About searchers intent. This is again a very important topic from keywords research point of view and from search engine optimization point of view. So it is again very important when we are actually looking to map our selected keywords or map the keywords with respect to our content. So when we try to make a balance, or when we try to make a relationship between keywords and content, that what kind of content we should produce for a specific keyword, right? If we want to rank on this specific keyword, then what kind of content should be there? So when we try to map these things, right, when we try to map the keywords and the content together, there comes searcher's intent. So let's begin and talk about what is searcher's intent and what are the different types of search intent right? So search intent is why behind a search query, right? Why behind a search queries? For example, if someone is searching for digital marketing, right? So why they are searching for digital marketing? What is their intent? What they are actually looking for? Why they are on Google, right? So these all questions, the answer of these all questions is basically the search intent. So if you can identify the search intent of any query which is there in the search engine, right, then you will be able to make a content related to that query, right? So for example, if the user is typing in Google like digital marketing, it is not sure, it is very difficult to identify the intent, right? Because see, when the user searches for digital marketing, it does not makes any sense that a user is looking for the definition of digital marketing, user is looking for the jobs related to digital marketing, user is looking for the courses related to digital marketing, user is looking for some research work into digital marketing, right? So it is not very much sure. So it is very important that as a marketer, for us, that we should be able to identify what kind of search intent is there behind any query, right? Because if we cannot identify the search intent behind any query, we cannot create the content accordingly. This is one of the very important thing. So to create the content for the users, it is very important for us to identify or to be able to identify the search intent, right? So if we talk about the types of searches, there are different types of searches, and let's talk about the different types of searches and their examples that will make us understand search intent in a very better way. So for example, if the searches are of informational nature, so informational nature searches, what kind of queries will be there? Like, what is digital marketing, right? What is digital marketing? What is SEO, right? Why SEO is important? Why SEO is important? What kind of intent these all queries are showing? They are showing that people are actually looking for information, or the person who is searching for or typing these queries is looking for information around search engine optimization, information around importance of search engine optimization, and information about digital marketing. So these few queries are basically from the informational intent, right? Then if we talk about the navigational intent, so navigational intent is, for example, if someone is typing Facebook login, so they know about Facebook, they know that there is login feature in Facebook. Now they want to go there, right? So they are searching the actual path, they want to go there, right? They want to log in, they know about the Facebook. So that is basically navigational searches. So you have to identify what kind of intent is there behind each and every query. So if you can identify the intent, if you can understand what kind of intent comes with what kind of keywords or the queries, it will become very much easier for you to prepare content accordingly, right? So then there is transactional. Transactional is if someone is looking for like buy iPhone 10. This is transactional. They are very much close to making a purchase, right? These kind of queries indicates that the intent of the user or the search is that they want to purchase, right? So they are typing buy iPhone X, right? So they are very much close. They are very much close to the purchase. These kind of queries are basically categorized as transactional queries. Now, if we talk about commercial queries, for example, if someone is typing or searching around iPhone versus iPhone, right? Or they are searching like iPhone versus Samsung mobile. Okay, so this is like commercial. The intent of these kind of queries or the keywords is around commercial intent, right? Then the local searches like pizza near me. Okay, then burger near me, restaurant near me, gas station, restaurant near me, then gas station near me. These all keywords are local searches. So if you want to optimize your business for the local searches, you have to go to Google My Business, you have to create your listing over there, and then you have to optimize Google My Business so that your business remains there in the top position, right? Difference between keywords and query. So what is the basic difference between keyword and query? Let's begin with some basic definitions over here, and then we'll look for some examples. So what users write to search anything is called query. So one thing you have to make sure, or you have to remember, is query is always towards searcher side, right? It is towards searcher side. So whatever the user or the searcher is typing there in the Google search box is basically a query, right? The query is something that as a writer or marketer you can't predict. You cannot predict that what this searcher is going to type, or what kind of query this user is going to make, right? So query you cannot predict. Query and keyword, there is difference. You cannot predict the query. They will type anything to search and you will have to catch that query using the keyword, right? So keyword is basically by the side of marketer. Yeah, when we look towards marketer, or when you are marketer, you are basically talking about keywords, right? And when you are a user or the searcher, you basically call them as queries, right? Then a keyword is exact term which SEO targets when writing a blog post or the bid against in the pay-per-click campaigns to get our site ranked for that particular keyword. So there is difference. Keyword is towards marketer side and the query is towards the user side. There is a huge gap, right? So if we talk about the examples of query and keywords, so a user can type something like, if we take some examples, branded mobile covers available in sale. This can be a very generic kind of a query. Then the second query is like mobile covers available. What are the latest design of mobile covers? Red color mobile covers to buy. There's so many queries, right? There can be so many queries because it comes from different type of people, and those people have different intents, right? So you cannot expect same kind of query coming from each and every searcher, right? It is very difficult to say that the same kind of a query will be coming again and again from the different users, right? But when we come to marketer side, for all these queries we can use a single keyword which says that buy mobile covers online, right? So branded mobile covers available in sale is also related to buying mobile covers online. So when we are running our campaigns, for example, if we are running our PPC campaigns, right? So it is not possible for us to take each query into account, right? Each query, because there will be like thousands and lakhs of queries. So we have to identify the proper intent of these queries, and then we have to figure out that on what keyword we are going to put our efforts, or on what keywords we are going to bid, right? So when we are at the side of the marketer, right, we talk about keywords, because keywords are very specific. Keywords are the terms on which we are actually bidding, or which we are doing our SEO effort to rank organically, right? So these are the keywords. But when we say query is something which is towards the searcher side, right? They can type anything. So that is in the nutshell, what can we say is users uses queries, whereas marketers uses keywords. So there is a difference. Technically there is a big difference, but in general people uses both words together, or these both words are interchangeable in some cases. Sometimes marketer uses queries, and or the users which are searching, the term query is not used for them. People use word keywords for them. So these are very much interchangeable. But when we are very much specific, when we are very much technically specific, then we should separate them, and they do have two different meanings that we should know, right? About how Google actually calculates link value, and what are the different scenarios in which different link value is passed. Okay, so we'll be talking about these things. So let's straight away start with the examples. So here's one example, and this is related to the number of links, right? Number of links. So what this diagram tells us. So first of all, let me tell you, it is taken from Moz. This diagram, or the illustration that you are seeing over here, is taken from Moz. So keeping all the factors constant, if we talk only about the number of the links, for example, see, there are like 5 links, and we are not considering that what kind of value or the relevancy these links are having, right? For an instance, so for this specific example, what we are considering is all these links are of same value. All of these links are of same type, same nature, or coming from the same kind of website, so that these links are having same value, right? So we can say that the link number 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, all these links are coming from authority website. So they are basically same kind of links. That one thing we have to keep in mind, and that one thing we have to consider as constant over here, right? So right now, if we see this example where a website or a web page is mentioned and another website or web page is over here, and what these arrows are telling us that, for example, if these three links are pointing to website or web page named A, and if these two remaining links are pointing to website or the web page B, right? And also all these five basically are pointing to web page A, and these two are pointing to web page B. So if we consider the number of backlinks only, then in this case, the value, right, the value of this specific page will be higher in comparison to the page number B or the web page B, right? So just because we have considered that all the other factors which basically decides the quality of the link are constant, now the only thing which is left over here is the number, right? So the higher the number a website is having as backlink, that website will be getting higher value, right? So here what we figured out is that this particular website or web page name A is having high value. So whenever a backlink, now this is something very important, whenever a backlink is coming from a website which is already a valuable website, or which do have a greater number of backlinks, which have some authority, right, which have some link value, right? So if you are getting a backlink from this specific website, suppose that this one is yours website, right? Website name C is yours website, and now you are getting backlink, or you have the option of getting backlink from this website B or web page B, and you also have the option of getting backlink from web page A, right? So in what case you will be getting higher value? It is very obvious that here the number of backlinks pointing to this particular website are very high, so this specific website is having greater value. So if you are getting backlink, or if you are having backlink from a website which is already trusted one, which already carries some value, definitely your website will get higher value. So this is how the link value, the concept of link value works from search engine's point of view and from Google's point of view. So if you are getting backlink from this specific page, which is page B, you'll be not getting much value when you compare it with this one, page A, right? So the pages which do have higher value, the pages which already do have some higher value, right, if you are getting backlink from those pages, your page value will also increase. This is a very simple thing, right? So this is what these batteries are actually showing here. So because at this point we are having higher number of backlinks with the same with constant factors, right, higher number of backlinks, and they are pointing to this specific website. So the value of this specific website is high, or web page, we will be very much specific. Web page will be the correct word if we are using it over here. So if higher number of backlinks are coming over here, higher is the value and it will pass higher value, right? So here as this diagram illustration indicates that here the links, the number of links are less when we compare it with previous example. So if you are getting a backlink as it is showing over here, if the website or the web page D is getting backlink from web page B, right, they will be having less value. So this is how the value or the link value remains between the, or passes between the web pages, right? So this is one example which shows that how the link value actually works. Now if we consider the second example, this is again a very important concept. It is related with the positioning. It is basically related with the positioning of link on web page, right? So there are different positions where from where we can get the links. For example, these are three web pages of same website which says example.com, 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 and the page A, page B, page C. So what we can write over here, these are the web pages, right? These are the web pages, and there's some other website, for example, it is x.com, right? And from this specific website, there are chances there are different locations on this web page, this particular web page. There is header, there is sidebar, there is unique main content, the main content, the body, then there is footer, right? So these are the some locations which are broadly classified how a web page is specifically made, right? So if there are chances that we can get backlink from anywhere. For example, if we are getting a backlink from unique main content at our page, which is A, if we are getting a backlink from sidebar on our page B, and if we are getting a backlink from the footer section on our website C, then which backlink is more valuable, or which backlink will have more value, right? Then in this specific case, the backlink coming from the unique main content of the body of the web page generally contains higher value, right? So this page, the page A, will be having higher value. So this is how the link value works, right? So try to get backlinks from the main content. Now coming to the next example, this is again an example. Coming to the next example, within the main content also there are different sections from where we can get the backlink, right? For example, this one is higher, right? Higher content, which means that if we divide this page into 3 segments, right? This one is middle content, this is bottom content, this is bottom content, and the above one is higher content, right? I mean position wise, if we consider it as position wise. So definitely if you are getting a backlink from top of the page, right? From top of the page, then that backlink basically contains higher value. So if you are getting a backlink, suppose this is our website or web page, which is C, right? So on our web page C, we are getting a backlink from higher position, right? Top position in the web page. Then that backlink basically carries higher value when we compare it with the link number 2 or the link number 3, which are basically present at middle and bottom of the page respectively, right? So the link 2, which is going over there, if you can see, the link 2 is is pointing basically to A, right? And link 3 is pointing basically to B, right? Pages A and B. So you can see that for example, if we provide some value, right, numerical value, if we assign some numerical value, so out of 10, if this thing is like 8, then the second thing which will be like page A, because it is getting backlink from middle of the content, it will have some numerical value close to 5, and this one, the last one, will be having some numerical value close to 3/10, right? So this is how the value actually gets divided on the basis of the link and the link positioning, or from where you are getting links, and on where the links are located on the website, right? Everything, right? So we have discussed 3 main concepts that how links are basically calculated. So that's it for this particular video. See you in the next video, and we will be exploring more of this topic, the link value, how link value is calculated, or what kind of link value the different links contains in different scenarios. We actually talked about the link value and how the link value is calculated, and the different scenarios when the link value will be high, when the link value will be low. So we have already discussed about all those things. Now we will be discussing something more, or more examples which are related to link value, more conditions we can mention that related to link value, right? So here you can see we are going to talk with respect to anchor text, right? So if you are getting backlink from relevant anchor text, that is basically going to pass good link value to you, right? So for example, here are 3 pages, right? And here are again 3 pages. So these pages are giving links to page A. This specific page is giving link to page A. This one is giving to page B, and this one is giving to page C, right? And this page A and page B and page C is all about puddles, right? So here is a page which is like dog breeds, and if we are getting backlink from this specific page, which is there on this anchor text, which is poodle, so the anchor text relevancy to this specific page is very high, right? Here the anchor text is very much relevant, right? So if you are getting backlink from a website or a web page which has relevant anchor text, right? Which has relevant anchor text. The relevant anchor text passes more value. So if we talk about the value or the link value, so we should consider that if we are getting any backlink from different websites, we should get backlinks with relevant anchor text. So anchor text positioning, anchor text, how do we decide anchor text, how to put primary keywords into the anchor text, how to set up the relevancy of the anchor text, and the web page on which we are looking to make backlinks or we are looking to have backlinks is very important, right? We have to consider all these important aspects. Now let's talk about another point. Links from unique domains may matter more than links from the previously linking website. This is again a very important thing. For example, this is site A, right? And this is site B, and this is your website. This is your website. And if you are getting backlinks again and again from a single website, what will happen? The value of your links that you are getting actually decreases, right? So if you are getting backlinks again and again, this is pre-existing link which was having some value. For example, let's consider some mathematical equations over here. If this specific link which is pointing on our website gives us value of 7 out of 10, then again if we are getting backlink from the same website, same domain will be the correct word. No matter if we are getting backlinks from different pages on the same domain, but the point is, if we are getting backlinks from the same domain, the value of coming backlinks will keep decreasing, right? So if you started with like 7, the value of backlink was 7 out of 10 when it first linked to your website. And again, if you are getting another backlink from the same domain, right, there, that's why the value of the second backlink will not that much higher, right? You cannot expect it to be somewhere around 7. It will be like somewhere around 5 or 6 or 4. If you keep getting backlinks from the same domain, their values will keep decreasing. This is how it actually works, right? So what is the catch over here? What is the point over here? We should always aim to get backlinks, more backlinks from different domains. That will be better for us if we are keep approaching the same website for the backlinks again and again. In that case also, the value of backlinks is not that high. So we should aim that we should always get backlinks from different domains. We should not look for same kind of domains, same domains again and again for the backlink opportunities, right? So this is what written over here. Links from unique domains may matter more than, that is matter more than basically relates to link value, matter more than links from previously linking sites. So it is a point here. It is very important thing that we have to keep in mind. Now moving to the next example, which says that link from the sites closer to a trusted seed that may pass more value. For example, let's take an example. This is website A and this is website B. The website A is untrusted website, right? It is not that much trusted website. And if any website is getting backlink from this untrusted website, and you are getting backlink from the website which got backlink from this untrusted website, what will happen? Ultimately, your value, right, your link value will not be that high, or the value that you are expecting through this link will not be delivered to you, right? Why? Because the link that you are getting, right, the website that you are getting link from is basically gotten link from a very untrusted website. So this is what Google actually hates. And if you are getting backlink from an untrusted site directly, that is basically something very different issue that is going to harm your website a lot. But again, if you are getting a backlink from a website which got a backlink from some untrusted website, that is also a bad thing for you. That is also a bad SEO practice, right? So it is again not going to help you. So we should consider these points. These are very important things. And if we take another example where we are talking about the trusted site, right? So for example, you got a backlink from a website 1, right? And this is your website, website 2, and this website 1 got a backlink directly from a very powerful, very trusted website. Then the value that this website is having, right, if you got the backlink from here, then in that case, the positive value or the positive signals will flow from here to there, right? So your website will get some valuable backlink, because the website that you opted for getting a backlink, or that website that you got a backlink also got a backlink from a very trusted website. So this is how it actually works, right? So links from site closer to a trusted website may pass more value. This is how it actually works, right? So now let's explore another point which says over here, links from fresh pages can pass more value than links from stale pages. The pages which are already very old, which do not get updated regularly, stale pages, they are just there, they are just existing, and they are not updating themselves. And if you're getting backlinks from those kind of pages, the value of your page will not be that higher, or the quality, you will not get quality backlinks, right? The quality of those backlinks is not very good. But if we compare it with the pages which are fresh, which are new, which continuously update themselves, I mean, so if people are putting some content regularly on those pages and you are getting backlink from there, then it is basically beneficial for you, right? So the important point is, links from fresh pages can pass more value than the links from the stale pages. And when we talk about the backlinks, it is very important that we should not only learn how to create backlinks, but how these backlinks actually work, what kind of benefits they provide us, how the values are actually passed, where we should place our backlink, all those aspects which basically SEO guys ignore. And in most of the cases, the beginners used to ignore all those things, but these are equally important. I mean, equally important when we talk about how do we actually create backlinks. So people move towards creating backlinks, people try to learn creating backlinks, so people try to learn tricks, tips, and some hacks related to backlinks. But these are the basic points, these are the very basic point that we should keep in mind. If we are going to follow these kind of points, if we are following these all points which are very basic, looks very basic, but these are the foundation of link building, that how the link value is considered, or how the link value is taken into account with respect to Google search engine, right? So that's it. I believe you got enough information about link value from the last two classes. Talk about a very interesting tool which is basically Answer the Public. The name of the tool is Answer the Public, and I'll be showing you how it actually helps us in SEO, and not basically SEO, but it helps us in creating content or getting ideas uh, for creating content which will be helping us in our search engine optimization, right? So for example, suppose if we are working on any keyword, right, and we want more ideas related to that keyword, maybe for the purpose of semantically themed keywords also. So in most of the cases, when we select a primary keyword, or when we look after some keywords which are related, which are directly related to our primary keyword, or which are semantically related to our primary keyword, so that we can create the content around those keywords. So this kind of tool, which is Answer the Public, is going to help us in finding more keywords, or we can say more ideas around our primary keyword, more content related ideas also around our primary keyword. So for example, let us assume that our primary keyword in this specific case is digital marketing. Let's assume this, right? So if we go to Google and simply type the Answer the Public, right? So you are going to see the paid result over here, and also the organic result. So simply click on this organic result. I do not want to spend their money, right? If you're getting the right website, fine. So let's come over here by organic mean, and then discover what people are talking about. So here we have to put our primary keyword, right? So what we assumed in our case is digital marketing is primary keyword for us, so we'll be putting digital marketing over here. And if you are very much specific about the location and language, that you can also change over here, but I'll be suggesting you to go with these default settings. And if you want to change, you can change it into US, or you can change it into India, right? Let me see if I can find India over here. Yes, here it is, right? So I'll be putting India over here, and the language, I'm very much sure that English is perfect, right? So what they are asking you is, you can enter any topic, brand, or product around which you are looking for some topics, right? use 1-2 words for best result. That's what they are saying. Do not write very lengthy sentences. So this is how we are going to do it, right? And then we'll be clicking on this search button. Now we'll be getting so many ideas, right? So you can see the results for digital marketing is basically divided into 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5. 5 types, right? 5 kinds of results we are having over here. And the first one is questions. The questions around our seed keyword, which is digital marketing. The prepositions around our seed keyword, which is digital marketing. The comparison. So there will be some other word also like digital marketing versus traditional marketing, digital marketing versus offline marketing, whatever can be the words which can be compared, right? Then alphabetically we will be getting some results alphabetically also. So let's explore this thing. So there are two modes through which you can access whatever they have analyzed. The first one is visualization, which one is mine favorite. The other one is data. So let's begin with visualization. So here are the questions, right? 74. So you can go there by clicking on this question thing also, right? They will take you over here. Or if you want to simply scroll, you can go to any segment, any section which is mentioned over here, like questions, prepositions, comparisons, alphabeticals are related, right? So we'll be starting with the questions and what kind of information is there in the question section. So our seed keyword or the primary topic which we want to research around is like digital marketing, which is mentioned over here. And now you can see digital marketing in combination with how, digital marketing in combination with will, and there are like when, what, are, where. So all these different words combined with our seed keywords to formulate a question, right? So for example, we will go with this how, right? How plus digital marketing combination. What it is going to give us is how digital marketing works in India. So you can see how is there in each and every sentence which is present over here, or you can say that each and every question which is present over here. And if we select this can plus digital marketing, what we are going to see over here is that can is present in each and every question over here, right? So like if you want to explore more things around questions with your with reference to your seed keyword or the seed topic that you entered over here, this is the best part. There are so many things, right? So we'll be exploring something more like, are digital marketing jobs in demand, right? So if you want, see how it actually works. If your niche is digital marketing and you want to create some content around digital marketing, but you are out of topics, you are not getting topics, right? You want more and more topics to put content around it. So you can come over here, you can definitely come over here, and you can just simply put your keyword or the seed keyword, seed topic, which is digital marketing, and then it will give you so many options in category of questions, prepositions, comparisons and all, right? So you will never be out of topics, right, for writing SEO friendly content. So here it is, will AI take over digital marketing? So here is a comparison between AI, how it is growing, and digital marketing. Will automation affect digital marketing? So you're getting plenty of topics. See, you can write a complete blog post, complete article, 2500 to 300 words, powerful article on this simple question over here, right? So if you are into digital marketing field, then these all things are going to help you, right? Then let's explore something more. Which digital marketing course is best? Again, a very important thing. Why digital marketing is important? Who is digital marketing specialist? Okay, so you have to write the skill set about the person who can be called as digital marketing specialist, who are known as digital marketing specialist, something very much related to job and all those things. Can digital marketing save your business? Okay, now you have to mention the benefits of digital marketing. If you are choosing this topic, you can write around the benefits of digital marketing, how the small businesses are getting benefited from digital marketing efforts, that you can mention in topics like this. Okay, now let's move to another thing like preposition. So preposition is with, near, is, right? So digital marketing is similar to, right? Digital marketing without investment, without is again over here, can. Okay, digital marketing can be described as, okay, to digital marketing to CPS, I'm not sure what it is. Digital marketing to doctors, right? Perfect. So there comes another aspect of writing content around digital marketing, where you can mention different niches or different categories or different businesses basically, or different individuals which are basically can be benefited, which can be benefited by this digital marketing, right? So then there is comparison. So you are going to see versus, or versus, like, and. So digital marketing and social media, we will go to versus. Let's say, what is this versus? Digital marketing versus e-commerce, digital marketing versus online marketing, digital marketing versus social media marketing. So there are plenty of topics. Now after comparisons, we'll be coming to alphabetical order, right? So digital marketing agency, agency in Mumbai, agency in Delhi, there are so many things, right? And then in E you are getting digital marketing plus the words which starts with E, right? So executives, example, experts, all those things. H is hashtags. Okay, there's so many things that you can figure out, and I have just mentioned a seed keyword over here. Seed topic, you can also write seed niche, whatever you want to call it. Basically we have to put something over there when we are doing this answer the public thing, right? So here comes digital marketing. What is this? This is it related to digital marketing. Okay, digital marketing course, digital marketing jobs, meaning, and digital marketing course online, digital marketing agency, digital marketing company. Okay, there's so many things which are related, directly related to digital marketing. That is what you are going to see over here. So if we change our keyword, and you can also download it, right? You can also sign in into it, and they are giving some upgraded version also, right? You can go to their pro. This is basically free that we are using. If you go to pro, there are many other options, right? So let me remove this part, and we'll come back once again to our home page of answer the public, and we'll be typing men fitness. Okay, men fitness, and I'll be searching. So I'll be getting same categories like prepositions, questions, comparisons, alphabets, and everything. And okay, let me, okay, they are saying that I have done the maximum searches for today, and that is why they are offering their pro tool also, right? So now they are asking me to upgrade. So it is important that you do not exhaust. If you want to use it for free, then you should not exhaust your limits of the searches, right? So we actually exhausted our limits for searches for today, right? So that is why they are asking us to upgrade. Anyways, the main concern for this tool is that it actually gives us information, or gives us ideas. What I generally say, it actually does not give us much information, right? But the information that it gives is basically in the form of idea that can be very much useful if you are going to use it into your articles or blogs, or also into, see, if you are doing YouTube also, then also you can, if you are out of the different, out of the topics in your niche, then you can come to this answer the public and figure out some topics from here itself, and then go and create the content around it, right? About the term Pogo-Sticking. What is Pogo-Sticking and how it actually works, and how can we avoid the situation of Pogo-Sticking for the betterment of our SEO results and SEO efforts? So first of all, we will start with the basic definition of Pogo-Sticking. What is Pogo-Sticking and how it actually looks like and how it actually works? So let us assume a situation where I am going to search something, right? So for example, I am searching over here like digital marketing. If the search is made on the keyword digital marketing, what we are going to observe here we are finding so many results, right? Here are so many organic results. Now see, what the user or the searcher can do is, if I am going to this particular result, right, the result from hubspot.com, and then I'm going to this specific page, but I'm not satisfied, right? As a user, I'm not satisfied, I'm not engaging with the content, I'm not scrolling so much, or I'm not going through complete page, I'm not reading it, I'm not going to the other pages. Basically what I want to mention is that I am not engaging myself to this specific page or this specific website. And what I do is I simply come back to our search engine result page, right? So if I'm going to any specific page from search engine result pages after entering a query, right, for this particular example, what I did is I entered digital marketing, I got few results in the search engine result pages, I clicked on one, I went to the website, but I did not engage much on the website. I just came back, or I just click this back button to came back to the to this search engine result page, right? So if I'm coming back to the search engine result page, and now when I went on this particular website, now I'm not satisfied with this specific page, and now I'm going to this this specific website, right? So then again I'm clicking on this specific website, the other one I'm going on this website, again I'm not engaging, I'm just scrolling a bit, I'm spending like 3 4 5 seconds only, and then I'm coming back to the search engine result page, and I'm not changing the query. See, the important point over here is I'm not changing any query over here. The query which I made for the very first time, which was digital marketing, it's still there, and there are different results associated with this specific query, and now I am moving to different results, right? For the first example, I went to this website, then again I went to this website, then I went to this website, and again I came back to the search engine result pages, right? So what this actually shows, the activity that I am doing or any searcher is doing is basically Pogo-Sticking, where he or she is not spending time on the results, right? On the results on the website he is taken to, right? Or he or she is taken to. So what they are doing is the searchers, right? The searchers are basically clicking on the results. They are not getting the required content, or not getting satisfied by the content, so are coming back to the search engine result pages, and then they go to another listing, right? Another organic result which is over here. So this gives uh, Google a signal that okay, these websites are not according to the user query, right? These websites are not satisfying the user's intent or the user's query, which means that they might have ranked in a wrong way, right? They might have ranked to the wrong keywords, right? So there is something to take account of, or there's something to take into consideration, that all these websites are ranking on wrong keywords, or there's something wrong with the searching system over here, because the user is going, right? User is going as Google showed some result, user is going on those websites, but they are not spending time, which basically is not what Google actually wants. Google wants to satisfy the needs of the searcher, right? Anyone who is coming to their search engine and typing something, looking for something, what is the ultimate motto of Google is that they actually satisfy their queries, right? So in this case, it is not actually happening, because user is coming back to the search engine result page and they are going to different results, right? So this is basically Pogo-Sticking, which is not a good thing, right? It is not a good sign for our website. So if our website is our website is coming into consideration of Pogo-Sticking, it's not a good thing. For example, if this one is our website and people are coming on our website and they are not getting satisfied, and they are not getting satisfied from the content, they are coming back to the search engine, or they are moving back to the search engine result page, right, to go to look for another result or to find another result. So this is not a good thing. This will increase our bounce rate and other negative matrices which are associated. So many negative matrices are there, so it will basically hamper our SEO efforts also, right? So this is actually not a good thing, so we should avoid Pogo-Sticking. Now what Google says over here is that it is a very obvious thing, right? People do Pogo-Sticking. So we have another option which is here, which says that people also search for section, right? So if let me explain you with another example, right? I am typing fitness marketing over here, right? And let me close these tabs. If I'm typing fitness marketing over here, I'm getting so many results, right? For example, I am clicking on this specific result, I am clicking on this specific result, and I am not satisfied over here, right? I'm not satisfied by the content which is present over here. I'm coming back to the search engine result pages. As soon as we'll come back to the search engine result pages, what Google is telling you, Google is saying, okay, if you are not satisfied with this specific result which we showed you on this specific query, and if you are going to another web page, right, if you will be going to another web page, you will basically degrade their score, right, their SEO score or SEO effort. So we ranked it, right, we ranked this website and we find it, we means that I am pointing towards Google find it that this particular website or the piece of content is very much relevant to the query made over here, right? So what they are saying that okay, if you are not satisfied, it's okay, maybe your query is wrong. So if you have, if you want to move to another query, you have some options over here, right? So if you want to search about gym event ideas, because you said fitness marketing, so I given you so many results. I mean, I'm pointing towards Google, or I am talking in context with Google, that Google has given us so many results, and if I have clicked on any result and I am not satisfied, which maybe the case here may be that my query is not very perfect, so they are suggesting us some queries that okay, you can change your query, so there is no case of Pogo-Sticking, right? So if you are not satisfied with this website and if you are going to another website, there will be some case of Pogo-Sticking. So to avoid the cases related to Pogo-Sticking, what Google has done already, Google has done something which is like people also search for, right? So you can go to these small links over here. So once I click on this gym event ideas, you will see that now the query is changed. When once the query is changed, there is no case of Pogo-Sticking, because Pogo-Sticking occurs when the query remains same and you are moving to different search engine result which are there in the SERP, right? So that is the case of Pogo-Sticking, but now here is no case of Pogo-Sticking. Now what are the different elements which can trigger the conditions of Pogo-Sticking, or which encourages the Pogo-Sticking? I have few points over here that might help you. Slow loading time. The first point is slow loading time. If your website speed is quite slow or it is slow, then there are cases, or there are chances that user will bounce back from your website, right? So that also creates the condition or triggers the condition of Pogo-Sticking. That might be one case. And videos that autoplay, if you are creating some annoying elements on your website, if there are some elements which are basically hampering or disturbing the experience of user, or degrading the experience of user, like when they come on your website, when they land on your landing page, what happens is a video comes, all of the sudden a video comes out, and it pops up and automatically starts playing. So that is basically degrading the experience of user on your website. So that might also cause the condition related to Pogo-Sticking. Then too many pop-ups as soon as the user is coming on your website, so you start giving them pop-ups and notifications, everything that again. So all these things which you are seeing over here, which are basically considered as the core causes of Pogo-Sticking, are related to, directly or indirectly are related to user experience, right? So if in any case the user experience is not that good on your website, or you are not able to provide that great user experience kind of thing on your website, there might be some cases when you are experiencing Pogo-Sticking, and that is not good for your SEO efforts that you are doing over there, right? So a confusing or outdated design, right? If people are not able to understand, if the visitors are not able to understand what is there on your website, how to move, how to navigate, what kind of a structure it is, what kind of hierarchy your website is following, what kind of links are there, how to move from one page to another, how to access different elements. You see, all these things comes under the box of we can say that it's like user experience, right? So a confusing or outdated design. So if we put all these 5 points into user experience on your website, which basically is one of the major cause, or a very major cause of Pogo-Sticking, right? Then lack of usability, that I combined, right, when I was talking with you for the point number 4. So lack of usability, they are not able to navigate basically on your website. Then there is that might cause Pogo-Sticking, right? So in this specific video, what we talked about is what is Pogo-Sticking, how it actually occurs, what can be the different triggers related to Pogo-Sticking, and how can we avoid Pogo-Sticking, what Google is doing to avoid Pogo-Sticking. About different kind of backlinks which we have to avoid actually, right? So backlink is a topic which always comes with a lot of confusion. So in this specific video, what we are going to discuss is what kind of backlinks we should avoid, what kind of backlinks we should not look for the purpose of increasing the ranking of our website, right? So let's begin. And what I have mentioned over here is like 5 kinds of backlinks that we have to avoid, or 5 kind of strategies also we can say that we should not work on during our search engine optimization. So the first strategy, or the first type of backlink, is spammy link or comments of others blog or website. What we have seen is people are going to different websites, no matter what kind of relevancy they have with your website, they just go there, they just drop uh, uh, their website link over there for the purpose of creating backlink, which is again not a very great practice. You have to look after so many factors, and you have to see that whether that content on which you are putting your backlink, that website, that web page on which you are putting your backlink is actually related with your website or not. So these kind of factors are there you should consider those factors first, or you should look after those factors first, and then you should go for creating backlinks. Most of the time people end up creating number of backlinks and number of backlinks, or they just focus on creating or increasing their number of backlinks, which is not a great practice. What comes here is not quantity, or what works here is actually not quantity, it is quality. Now Google does not focus on quantity of backlinks. Earlier talking about like 2009-10, it was there when Google's algorithm was not that smart, it was not that accurate, perfect from backlinks point of view. So at that particular time it was obvious that if you were creating higher number of backlinks, there were chances that your website will end up ranking high in the search engine result pages. But now it is not going to work, right? You have to make sure that your backlinks are quality. And what actually defines the quality? When we say we should produce quality backlinks, quality backlinks is basically relevant backlinks, right? If you are getting backlinks from a relevant website in terms of content, if you are getting backlink from a trusted website in terms of content, then the backlink is considered to be a quality backlink. So that's it. So we should not focus on the number of the backlinks, right? That if I'm getting 10 backlinks or my competitor is getting 20 backlinks, so I should aim for 20 backlinks. No, you can still rank higher with those 10 backlinks which are there with you, right? The main point, or the important thing over here, is the quality. If the quality of your backlink is greater, right, greater or superior than your competitors backlink, definitely you're gonna rank. So there are different parameters also, which are like domain authority or the page authority, which are given by analyzing the backlink profile of your domain, right, or the web page by different tools. There is then RF, there is then MOS. They do have different parameters on which they actually analyze what kind of domain value or what kind of page value you are having, and the main foundation of that analysis is basically backlinks. So they consider backlinks, right, the quality of your backlinks, and then they associate that value with domain rating, domain ranking, or page rating, or page ranking, right? So if you want to increase your page ranking or page ratings, what you have to do is generally you have to focus on your backlinks, right? So backlink is that indicator which actually reflects, right? It actually reflects into your domain rating and page rating, right? So this is the first thing that I discussed with you. Spammy links on in the form of comments of other blogs or the website, we should avoid it, right? We can go for some relevant blog commenting, but we should not go for spammy links, right? Then non-relevant link exchange, right? So as I told you, uh, link exchange is not a great thing to do in search engine optimization, or when we are looking for creating backlinks, right? So we should not opt for like exchange of links, right? So if my website is giving a link to your website, or your website is giving to a link to mine, one is basically a link exchange, which is not a great practice in terms of Google system, right? Then there is automation kind of strategies which people do use in order to gain higher number of backlinks in shorter period of time, which is again a very bad practice, and which we should avoid, right? There are many tools. If you go on internet or Google, you will be able to find tools like Scrapbox, Rumor, which basically are automation tools, and they can create thousands and lakhs of backlinks within a day, right? So if you are creating that number of backlinks within a day, within a week, or 2 days, or 3 days, in a very short span of time, it is not actually going to work. Google will identify that you are doing something mischief, right? And which is not a great practice. You are opting some black hat SEO strategy, or you are going for some tool, automation tool, and your link building strategy or approach is actually not natural, which is not a great thing, right? You, whatever the links you are putting, or whatever the links you are, backlinks actually you are creating, should be natural. They should look natural. I mean, you are creating those backlinks, so those are not natural obviously, but still they should look, because the backlinks are natural or they are not natural is actually determined the Google algorithm. So those should look natural to Google system or Google algorithm. So if you are creating thousands and lakhs of backlinks within a very short span of time, that will not be that will not be considered as natural backlink in terms of Google. Then if we talk about buying links from Fiverr, then there are many services on different marketplaces like Freelancer, Fiverr, where you can buy links. There are people who are selling links, so we should not buy those links, because again those links are majorly made from the automation tools, because they promise you giving thousands and thousands of backlinks within 1 or 2 or 3 days, which is not going to work, and Google will be able to identify very easily that you have opted for some automation tool or something like that, and your backlinks are not natural, relevant, and you paid, or there's something like that, right? So Google will identify that, and your search engine result page rankings will go down, or it will not provide you any value, and in some of the cases Google also penalize you. So you have to make sure that you are not using all these things, all these kind of backlinks, right? Then there is link velocity. We have to find the optimal link velocity. We should not create uh, many backlinks within a short span of time. This is again an indication to Google that something wrong is happening over there, because naturally you cannot create thousands and thousands of backlinks in a day. So if this kind of activity is happening over there, right, if the link velocity is very high, or it is in positive, right, and way positive, then you should consider it. It is again a very important thing. So we should not go for creating thousands of backlinks in a very short span of time. Google will figure it out that we are doing something wrong, right? About a tool which is plagiarism checker, right? So whenever we are writing some content, we definitely want to check the uniqueness of that particular content. We want to make sure that whether that content is unique or not, or anyone else is using that specific content. So for that purpose, we do have so many tools, but there are some small easy to use tool which can help us in determining or detecting whether that particular piece of content is unique or not, right? So we have plagiarism checker tools for that, and we do have a very popular website over here like Small SEO Tools. So we have to go to this website, all small SEO tools, right? Here it is, and we have to click on this, and over here you will be able to see so many tools. It provides so many small tools. We'll be discussing about these tools in coming videos also, because these tools are very much related with search engine optimization. So we'll be talking about these all tools also. So for this specific video, we will talk about plagiarism checker only. So we'll come to this plagiarism checker, and this is not only the plagiarism checker which is available. There are so many tools. If you come to Google and you just simply type plagiarism checker, you'll be able to find so many tools, right? Let me write plagiarism checker. Here it is, plagiarism checker. There are so many tools which are available by the name of plagiarism checker that helps us in determining whether our content is unique or not, right? So this is what we are using right now, Small SEO Tools. It is open over here, and then we have another one, plagiarism checker free. We will be exploring this thing also, this is specific tools also, that how it actually works and what kind of information it provides. Now we have to put our content over here. We have different options. We can check plagiarism via web page URL also, right? So we can directly put some URL over here, and we can identify whether the content present on that specific URL is unique or not, or it has been taken from some other web page, right? So plagiarism is very important concept from search engine optimization point of view, as we all know that our content must be unique, right? So I have our website over here, and we are going to about us, and I'll be copying some content from here, right? So let me copy this one, the first paragraph. I'll copy this and I'll put it over here in plagiarism checker, right? And once we put it in plagiarism checker, we'll be having one button over here, check plagiarism. We have to click on this, and now it will give us insights on what this content is all about, basically from duplicacy point of view or from uniqueness point of view, right? So it's checking almost 67% done, 100% done, fine. So what it is saying is it has 100% plagiarism. I mean to say that it is not unique, it is 0% unique, right? So we cannot use this content in our article or in our website or anywhere, because what is the problem is it is 100% plagiarized, right? 100% plagiarism is there. We cannot, we should not, and we cannot use this one, right? It is not going to improve our rank. If we are using this content on our website, it will definitely be negative for our website, because it is 100% plagiarized. So as they said that it is 100% plagiarized, right? So you have to find out that where this content is present. So as we know that it is present on WsCubeTech.com, but let's find out what are the sources. Okay, it's saying that WsCubeTech.com. So 67% similarity is from this specific page, WsCubeTech.com, right? So you can easily find out the source also. So if you have some content, of you are hiring some content writer also, and they give you some content, then you can definitely check that content, that whether it is unique or not, right? And you can also find the source. If it is not unique, then you can also find the source of that specific content, where it is present on the internet, right? So this is how it actually works. You can download the report also, right? So it will give you a report, I believe, in the form of PDF. Okay, yes, here it is. Let's explore this report also, that what this report actually contains. Let me open this report, and in the meantime we will be talking about this specific tool also. So I'll be putting same paragraph over here, so it will become easier for us to compare. Okay, here it is. So you can check the plagiarism up to 100,000 words over here, which is the limitation. And for the unlimited words, you have to go to GoPro. I mean, you have to buy their pro versions, right? So I have put the content over here, and it's loading right now. Okay, let it load first, then we will be able to check the plagiarism over here, right? Or the uniqueness of the content over. Fine, no issues. So we'll come back to our report. Now this is the plagiarism scan report, which says that 100% plagiarism is there, how many words were there, how many characters were there, the date, and the content checked for plagiarism, and where this content was already present. So all these stuffs are given, right? So it will give you a small, basic, easy to understand report also, right? So let's come back to this part once again. Okay, now it's loaded, right? So we got the option check plagiarism over here. Let's check it. I believe it will also say that the plagiarism is high over here. So let's see, let me close this ad which is coming over here, because these are the free tools. You'll, and so much of traffic is there, so you'll be getting so many ads, right? And it says zero plagiarized, but it's still loading. You can see some pop-ups coming over here, right? Small little dot. So it's still loading, right? But once it is loaded, it will say that the content is plagiarized, and the percentage will be quite higher. 65 words are there, 20 sentences are there. So there are many tools. I mean, there are many small tools that you can take help of for checking or for identifying whether your content is unique, up to the mark or not. So I believe you'll be able to figure out that whether your content is unique or not using these specific tools. About article rewriting tool. So it is again a very small tool which is there in Smart SEO Tools website, which we were exploring from last two videos, right? So what this specific tool is going to do for us, as you can see on my laptop screen over here, we have this article rewriter tool, and it is now improved, right? What it actually does, let me explain you. So if you have some content, right, and if you want to create a unique content out of that present content only, right, then you have to go to this kind of tool, which is article rewriter. So it actually identifies some words from your pre-existing content, and it replaces them using their AI technology, right? Artificial intelligence, right? So now we are going trying to do it live, so you will be able to understand, right, that how it actually works, right? So let me click on this and let me open this thing, and let's discuss that what we learned in the previous video was suppose if we are copying this specific content, right, whole content from here, and we want to check the plagiarism, what will come out of this specific content is it will be 100% plagiarized or 90% plagiarized, but it will be plagiarized, right? So we cannot use this content into our website or somewhere in our article. Whatever content we are producing, we cannot use it because it is already there on the internet. Google knows about it. It is 100% plagiarized or somewhere more than 90% plagiarized, or somewhere in between 90 to 100% plagiarized. So we actually cannot use this content, but we are not able to produce new content also. So what we are going to do is we are going to pick up this content, right? We have to take this content and put it into article rewriter. What that particular tool will do is that tool will pick up some words, right? Pick up some words and will replace those words with similar kind of words by their AI approach, right? So we will be doing it practically, so that will be much understandable to you. Let me copy this whole thing. Okay, I am copying this whole thing from here, and I'll be coming back to article rewriter, and let me drop my content which I have copied, and let's go for how many words are there, like 416, and we'll be clicking on this rewrite article, right? So once we click on this rewrite article, it will start analyzing our content, will start it will start to figure out some words from there, right? And it will change those words with similar, or it will basically interchange, right? So similar kind of words will come at the place of the different words which were there, right, in this specific paragraph, and we'll be able to compare that also. So it is now done, right? And let's read this first line. Learn to create, right? To create. So the color thing shows that it is now changed. Learn to create. Now if we come to our original thing, it is over here like learn to build. So the create word is now replaced by sorry, the built word is now replaced by create, right? So whatever content you are seeing over here, which is in some colors, is basically now replaced, or the new words are now present at the place of older words, right? So there's some replacement basically. So the important part over here is that you have to check it grammatically, right? You have to reread it, and you have to figure out that it is grammatically correct, and it should be grammatically correct, because when AI system basically rewrite your articles, there will be chances that in some of the cases you will not find the sentence to be very correct grammatically. So you have to make some changes in this article, then you can use it, right? So you cannot use it as it is. You just cannot copy it and just paste it wherever you want to use it. But what you have to do is actually you have to check it manually, that the sentence seems good, the sentence is in some kind of flow, right? So you have to figure that thing manually, right? Then you can also check the plagiarism of this specific article, right, which is rewritten. You have to check its plagiarism, that we have learned in the previous video, how we can check the plagiarism. You can simply check the plagiarism, right, and you will figure out that now it is not that much plagiarized, because it is now rewritten, right? It is now replaced by some other keywords which were there in this specific content, right? So it's rewritten, so you will not be finding much plagiarism over here. So if you believe that there is plagiarism, what you can do is you can again rewrite it, right? So it's like rewriting again, right? So you have that option over here which says let's come back to this thing, rewrite again. Once you click on this rewrite again, this article will be rewritten again, right? And then you can check its plagiarism again. So it's like two layers of rewriting, right? So that this is the thing that you can do if you want more unique content. But again, the important thing while rewriting content is, or while using these tools, is that you have to manually check that whether your content is grammatically correct, sound or not, right guys? About image reverse search. So first of all, we will be talking about what this process is, what is reverse image search, and then we will figure out that how can we actually do it, right? So let's begin, and let me tell you what a reverse image search is. Suppose, for example, if you are having an image, right? An image, it can be an image also, it can be the URL of any image. So the two cases are like, you might have the image itself, right? The image. And the second case is when you are having the image URL, right? So if you are about to use an image into your blog, into your content, or somewhere on your social media, and you want to figure out, you want to find that, suppose if you have taken that image from internet, then you have to find out where else on internet this image is being used, or this image is present, or what other websites, blogs, or the content creators are using this specific image, right? So we'll be simply coming to Google, and I'll be typing digital marketing over here. Okay, and let me type this digital marketing, then I'll move to this images section, and over here I am having so many images. So for an instance, let's assume that I am going to pick up this particular image, the yellowish one, right, which is over here, and I want to use this image into my blog, into my content, or anywhere on my property. So I should know that on internet where else this image is being used. So it is very much clear from here that it is used by SEO Trench. So I also want to know what other websites are there which are using this particular image, right? So what can we actually do is we have to copy the URL, right? So I'll be copying the URL, copy image address, here it is, right? And we'll be coming to Google once again to find out the tool, right? You just have to simply type reverse image search, that's it. And over here you will be having a very great tool which is 10i reverse image search. You just click on this tool, and you have to put your URL that you have copied, right, as I did. So you have different options over here. You can upload, paste, or simply enter the image URL. That's what we are going to do over here. So we have to put the image URL over here, and then we have to search, right? So the image that we were about to use into our blog, now you can see over here 14 results are present over here, which says that where else this specific image is used on the internet, right, and in what format also. So you can easily identify that the file name of the image, the format, the size, and on what website it is first found. So there is plenty of information with regards to reverse image search that might be useful for you, right, if you are going to use any image from the internet. So let's take another example. Let us take this image, and now let me take the URL, and I'll be putting URL back over here, and let's search about this image also, that where this image is being used on the internet, and what TinEye knows about our image, right? So it's a very popular image. It's showing like 93 results with respect to this specific image, and now you are able to see different websites which are using this specific image with the different formats, right? So that is it. This is how it actually works, and this is how you can get to know that the image that you are about to use, or the image that you have selected want to use into your blog, into your content, or on your social media, is also used by other websites or not. So that's it. How can we actually create favicons, right? So first of all, let me tell you what are favicons and how they actually look, where they are present on a website, and then we'll be finding out that what are the benefits of favicon, and then we will go to the tool which will be helping us in generating or creating the favicon. So let's begin. So guys, here on this specific website which we are exploring from last few videos, that is small SEO tools, and if you go over there in the leftmost side, and it is like SST, some kind of a logo over here, right? So this small logo which is present on this tab is basically called as fav icon. This is again a very important thing. Now the fav icons are also present in the search engine result pages. So for example, if we go to Google, and if we make a search around any keyword like digital marketing, and many of the times you will be finding some five icons over here, right? So these five icons, which are right now they are not showing over here, but these five icons sometimes comes in the search engine result pages also. So five icons are very important. So when we talk about the importance, okay, so I have 2 points over here which justifies the importance of five icons. The one is brand awareness. So favicons keeps your business brand identity in front of a user's eye. even when they are not on your website. So it's kind of a brand awareness, kind of a remembering your logo, your identity, because favicon is kind of a logo thing, right, which remains there in your in the minds of your website visitors, right? And then credibility and trust. So it looks quite genuine, because the websites which are not having favicon, they are like you will be seeing some earth kind of a logo over here, right? So which just not justifies the credibility and trust factors. So it is important for us now it is very much clear that it is important for us to have a favicon on our website. So now the important thing comes, or the second question comes, is that how do we generate favicons? There are thousands and thousands of tools that can help you in generating favicons. If you have any kind of image, you just have to upload that image into that tool, and that tool will automatically figure out what kind of dimensions are there, what kind of sizes are there for any favicon, and they will just chop it for you, and your favicons will be ready. We will be doing it practically right now with this specific tool only, small SEO tools, right? Small SEO tools.com. But let's figure out another favicon. I'm going to another very famous website, which is indiatimes.com. Once I open this indiatimes.com, I can easily identify that IT over here, right? You can see IT over here. This is basically the favicon, right? So if I go to perchumclasses.com, I believe favicon is there or not. Okay, it's there. Okay, it's there. I was thinking that it's not there. It is there, right? So it's okay. So now we come to know that what are our favicons, and they are, yes, they are important. And if you go to any SEO audit tool also, and if the favicon is missing from your website, it will notify you that that particular audit tool will tell you that, okay, favicon is missing, right? So those tools also know that the importance of favicon is there. So they basically check it, that whether your website is installed with or is having any kind of favicon or not, right? So let's come to this free SEO tool.com, and we'll be figuring out the tool, exact tool. Okay, here it is, favicon generator. Okay, fine. So here it is, favicon generator, and now what we have to do is we have to put our image. So I'll be selecting some images from my desktop, some random images. Let me select this specific image only, WsCube image only. Okay, and most of the time the logos, we used to use logos, but right now I'm selecting this random image, and I'll be clicking on generate favicon. Now they will generate, this specific tool will generate favicons in different formats according to the browser. So we have to upload all kind of formats onto our website. So no matter in what kind of browser my website is opening or getting request, okay, since we have different formats of favicons on our website, it will automatically detect the browser and will place that specific favicon over there, right? So what we have to do is we have to simply click on this generate favicon, right? Once we click on this generate favicon, our favicons will be generated and downloaded. So we have now downloaded our favicon, and let me go to downloads. Okay, so you'll get a zip file as it is over here, right? You will get a zip file. Let me open this zip file, and there will be so many folders within. Okay, file image, you have to extract files from here, but let me show you the sizes and everything. So you can easily identify it showing Android 36 into 36. So there are different dimensions with respect to different kind of browsers, right? So Android, Apple, and then the general favicon, right? Like this one, 96 96 16 16 and 32 32, which are browser based. Chrome browser can easily fetch these kind of favicons, these kind of dimensions. So this is for desktop version, and other one is for Android, and this one is for Apple, right? So we have different formats and dimensions of the favicon which we actually generated, right? So we can unzip this, you can easily unzip this, extract all, and you can find out the different images. About long tail keyword and short tail keyword, and what is the basic difference between long tail keyword and short tail keyword, and why should we go for long tail keywords, right? And this discussion will be around PPC keywords, right? So we'll be talking around Google Ads, search ads keywords, right? So we will be discussing around how we have to select long tail keywords, or why we actually select long tail keywords for our search campaigns in Google Ads, right? So let's begin. So I have a graph over here which has conversion rate on the x-axis and the search volume on the y-axis. So we'll be discussing around it, right? So let's begin. So we have a short tail keyword which are very general keywords, and the example of short tail keyword is WordPress theme, which is mentioned over here. Let's assume another example like digital marketing, right? This is a keyword which is digital marketing, but if you analyze the intent of this specific keyword, there is no specific intent, right? You cannot identify that people are looking for digital marketing training, people are looking for digital marketing training, people are looking for digital marketing course, or they are looking for digital marketing consultancy, or they are looking for digital marketing services. It is not sure, right? Nothing is sure from this specific example when the user types only digital marketing, right? When the user enters only digital marketing, which is a short tail keyword, the intent, there is no specific intent, right? There is no clear intent. So whenever you will go to any kind of keyword research tool or the keyword planner tool for the short tail keywords, what you will observe is they will be having very high search volume, which actually shows here in this diagram that the keywords which are short tail keywords, they do have high search volume, right? They do have high search volume, but as they do not have any specific intent, they are not very much useful for us for our PPC campaigns, right? Because the keywords which are more specific, the keywords which do have clearly defined intent are easy to convert, right? Are more convertible, their conversion rate is high. So we should always aim for long tail keywords. So for example, if we are selling any course, right? So we should go for the keywords like digital marketing course, right? Digital marketing course. So this is something very specific. If we are selling our courses, then we should go for keywords like digital marketing courses, or we can go more specific. We can be more specific by mentioning online course, right? Online or offline, whatever mode you are teaching, whatever kind of courses you are into, you can mention that thing over here also. So the main point is that the keywords which are clearly defined, where the intent is very much clear, are more convertible, right? If you are bidding on these keywords, you will be getting more conversions, because the people who are searching for the keywords like this, long tail keywords, if they are putting long tail keywords, which means that they are going for the specific query, they are going for a very specific query, and if your product or service is resonating with that specific query, then there are higher chances that user will end up making a purchase and there will be a conversion for you. So it is recommended that whenever you are running PPC campaigns, or whenever you are running search campaigns, you cannot ignore the importance of long tail keywords. So this is what this specific graph also shows us, that the keywords which are long tail, right? The long tail keywords, they do have higher conversion rate, right? They do have less search volume. If you go to search volume metric, you won't be finding much people searching around digital marketing, online, offline courses, or when the queries are very specific, right? When the queries are very specific, they are basically a long tail queries. So the long tail queries are specific, but their search volume is not that high. It's okay. So we have to figure out the long tail keywords which do have some moderate amount of search volume, so that we can target some people, right? We can target some people and they can end up in converting, right? So that's it. That's how the short tail, the long tail keywords work, and this is what this specific diagrams also tells us. So the important point is, while running PPC campaigns or while running search campaigns, we cannot ignore the importance of long tail keywords and long tail queries. We should create our campaigns around long tail queries, because there the chances of conversions are quite high. We actually talked about the difference between short tail keywords and the long tail keywords, and why we should go for long tail keywords. That is what we covered in last video. Now in this specific video, I'll be talking about what are the different ways through which we can actually find long tail keywords. So let's see on my laptop screen, and long tail keywords. Let me write long tail keywords over here, and I'll be telling you some methods through which you can easily find some long tail keywords, or you will get some long tail keywords ideas, then you can refine them, then you can go with them for your SEO efforts. So I'm telling you three methods over here. The first one is Google auto suggest. Okay, the first method is Google auto suggest, and the second method is Google LSI keyword, or we can also say similar keywords. And the third one that we are going to talk about is tool based, right? Tool based. So we'll be using Uber suggest over here. There are many tools, you can use any one of them, but right now I'll be telling you on Uber suggest. Fine. So let me tell you the first one, which is Google auto suggest and how it actually works, right? So once you come to google.com, and suppose I am searching long tail keywords around digital marketing, right, or digital marketing course. So once you type digital marketing course, and as you will be typing digital marketing course, you will be seeing these kind of results over here, right? So these are auto suggestions which are given by Google. So you can pick long tail keywords from here also, more than 3 words, the keywords or the phrase which is having more than 3 words you can pick from here. So once you pick them from here, you can put them into your list, and then later you can refine from there, right? So parallelly, what you have to do is you have to go to your sheet, right, Excel sheet, and you have to start writing the suggestions over here, right, which you find useful. So for example, I am finding this thing useful, right? Digital marketing course online free, right? So I'll be putting this over here, digital marketing course online free, right? Then we'll keep doing this, like digital marketing course free. Then we'll be seeing other suggestions also: digital marketing course free, ebook free of cost, free Udemy, free online with certificate. If this is what we are offering, we can definitely go with this keyword, right? So you have to keep doing this, right? It's kind of a loop. You have to start with your seed keyword or the primary keyword, then you have to find out the different keywords which are long tail keywords from the suggestions itself, and you have to write them over here, right? So you have to actually keep them writing over here, and after once you are done finding the keywords from different sources, then only you will be able to figure out what kind of keywords you are finalizing, right? So this is one way from where you can actually figure out some long tail keywords. The other one is once you enter your keyword over here, like digital marketing course, and you come down over here, right, you'll be seeing some searches related to, we call them as LSI keywords also, but these are basically searches related to your primary keyword what you mentioned over here. So you can find different keywords from here also, and you have to repeat that process again. You have to figure out what kind of keywords are useful for you, what kind of keywords are providing relevant intent with respect to your content, right? So you have to pick some keywords from here. Again, for example, I am selecting these two keywords, right? Then what I have to do is I have to copy these keywords, and I'll be putting these keywords into my list. So our list will keep growing, right? So we'll put these two keywords over here, and let me match destination formatting over here. Okay, fine. So your list will keep increasing over here, and later you will figure out that which keywords you are going to work on, right? So this is how you actually find out some long tail keywords. So these are the two methods that I discussed with you guys, and the third one, which is tool based, right? Uber suggest. So we can use Uber suggest. We just have to simply come to Uber suggest, right? It's a free tool. They do have paid version also, but you can do few stuff with the free one, right? So enter a domain or keyword. So right now I am entering digital marketing, okay, digital marketing course, and I'll be searching search. It's for US, so let it be like that only. Suppose we are researching keywords for US, you can change the location according to your requirement. You can go for India or whatever you want, right? So they will give you a pop-up over here to log in, right here. So we should log in, right? I'll be using Google to log in over here. Once we are login, we'll be able to access so many things, right? So let me log in with my Google ID. So once I am done logging, okay, here it is. So once I am done logging, we can easily find out some long tail keywords. We have to download keywords ideas from here. We have entered our primary keyword like digital marketing course. So once you are done logging in, you will be seeing some interface like this. So you just have to come to this keyword section, right? This keyword section over here. So they are again asking for our primary keywords. Let me enter that keyword, digital marketing course. So here it is, digital marketing course, and you'll be getting some keyword ideas over here, and you have to download those keyword ideas, and then you have to pick some long tail keywords from there, because it will give you keyword ideas like short tail keyword ideas, also long tail keyword ideas also. So these are the keyword ideas that you have over here. You can view all keyword ideas, and you can also figure out that what kind of search volume different keywords are having. So you can also find keywords on the basis of the volume and on the basis of the paid difficulty and the search difficulty. When we are talking about the search engine optimization, we majorly focus on search difficulty. There's no need to go for paid difficulty or the cost per click. These two things are important when you are basically finding keywords for your PPC campaigns or Google search campaigns. What things are important over here for you into your search engine optimization effort is basically your search volume. It should be higher, right? It's a very basic thing. It should be higher, and your search difficulty which should be low. So search difficulty is inversely proportional to your rankings, right? So lower the search difficulty, there are higher chances that your keyword will rank your web page, right? So what you have to do, the next step is you can export this to CSV, right? So you will not be able to find much keywords over here because it is free version. So you will be getting only 100 keywords over here, right? So there are so many keywords, but you will be able to find only 100 keywords. Again, it's a basic thing. Then so again, if you want more data, then you have to move to paid tools, right? Free tools are not going to help you that much. So you can definitely download your keywords, and then let me open this sheet first. Okay, here it is, right? Once we open this specific sheet, we can easily find out. So if it is sorted by search volume, right, you can see the search volume is from higher to lower. It is moving from higher to lower, and it is already sorted. So we have to find some long tail keywords from here, and then we have to put those keywords into our this list, right? This list. So by using all these strategies, you will be able to find out some keyword ideas, long tail keywords ideas. Now you can do another layer of research, right, which is basically whether these keywords which you actually figured out are having some search volume or not, or they are just like the normal keywords, are they getting search hits or not, right? So this is another thing which is very important, right? So you have to perform another search, another level of keyword research, rather I will say, right? So this is what we have to do, right? So this is the way you can actually figure out some long tail keywords which can be very beneficial for you, right? How can we actually sneak peek into our competitors backlink? So we are going to use Uber suggest tool over here to show you how can we actually look after some of our competitors backlinks. So it's very straight and to the point video. So you can figure out that I am over here on my Uber suggest account. You just have to log in over here, right? And for an instance, I am assuming that this website WsCubeTech.com is our competitor. What we have to do is actually we have to click on this search, that's it, and it will give us a report about this website. You can easily find, we are right over here on this traffic analyze, and it says overview of this specific website. Now you are seeing organic keywords, on what a number of organic keywords we are actually ranking, or if this website is of our competitor, then on what number of keywords your competitor is ranking organically, how much organic traffic your competitor is getting, and what is the domain score and the number of the backlink. This is the thing that we are about to discuss over here. So we just have to click on this backlink section, and you will be redirected to the backlinks tab over here, which is under SEO analyzer part of or section of this Uber suggest tool, right? So we will be getting backlinks related information over here. So the domain score over here is 49. So according to Uber suggest, it's a decent one. And the number of backlinks, then the referring domains, how many domains are actually giving us the backlinks, right? How many unique domains are actually giving us backlinks, and .gov and .edu backlinks, we do have zero backlinks from these two types of websites, right? Then organic monthly traffic. Then we have two charts over here which says that our backlinks progress, so over the time how we have grown our backlinks. That is what mentioned over here. This graph actually shows that, and now this graph shows that our new and lost backlinks with respect to time, right? So how many backlinks we are gaining and how many backlinks we are losing. So this is what this bar graph is telling us. Now if we come to this backlink section over here, right, so this gives us more detailed information about the backlinks, the sources of the backlinks, from where we are getting the backlinks, what is the anchor text of that specific backlink. So for example, if we select anything from here, suppose, okay, so the backlink that we are getting from this specific page is targeting to our home page, right? So we can click to figure out that what the backlink is over there, right? And if you see, it's a text based backlink, it's a kind of a text based backlinks, and the anchor text of the backlink is Bharat, right? Anchor text of the backlink is Bharat. So simply I'll copy this, okay, I'll come back over here, I'll find out Bharat is, if Bharat is over there, okay, here it is, Bharat. So the backlink is of block commenting kind, right? So once you click on this Bharat, you'll be easily figure out that, okay, this Bharat text or the anchor text is taking us to our website, right? So it was just a confirmation that we confirm. Now we can check on another one, right? So we have like visit website, right? We have our anchor text over here which says visit website. So we'll be clicking on this specific URL which is giving us a backlink. We'll be copying this anchor text and I'm about to find, right? So as soon as I click on this visit website, okay, you can easily figure out that here are so many, right? So many. But let us see where is WsCubeTech.com. Okay, okay, let me search because there are so many visit websites present over here. So I'll be putting the name directly, WsCubeTech. Okay, it is not there. Maybe in some other form it is mentioned over there. That is why we are not able to figure out, right? So then there is Bruce Clay, which is again pointing to our home page, and the anchor text is Bharat. So we will check this thing also, right? So here is the website, and what we have to find is Bharat. Okay, so okay, here it is. You can easily figure out that it is again a blog commenting kind of a backlink. So once I click on this Bharat, right, it will be taking us to our homepage. So this is how Ubersuggest can help you in finding or researching about the backlinks of your competitors. So you can create better backlinks. You will be getting some ideas about how our competitors are approaching to their backlink strategy and what kind of backlinks, what quality of backlinks they are creating, and how can we overtake them, right? So if you can overtake them, that will be beneficial for you, and it will also help you in easily outranking them. About the different meta tags that we have to ignore, right? In the previous videos we discussed about what are the different meta tags. When we started this series, we talked about what are the different meta tags that we have to use. Now there are some other meta tags that we actually have to ignore, or they do not have much importance from search engine optimization point of view, but there is confusion. People also use these nowadays, so I'll suggest them to now not use those kind of meta tags which actually do not provide any kind of SEO advantage or SEO value to us. So we just have to simply ignore those things, right? So in this particular video, we will be discussing about those kind of meta tags. The first one is keyword meta tag, right? Many people are using keyword meta tag in today's time also, but what Google suggests is, according to a blog which is published by Google Webmaster, you can see the date over here on my screen. It's September 21, 2009, right? An article was published, a blog was published where Google actually said that recently we received some questions about Google users, the keyword meta tag in ranking web search results. Suppose you have two websites, and they explained it very well, but the juice of this particular blog is Google does not use the keyword meta tag in web ranking. So you can go and check in their archive, right? You can simply Google it and you can find the complete article and you can see what Google actually said. But there is no need of putting meta keywords tag on your web pages. You do not carry any advantage. Earlier they were having some advantage, but now they do not have any kind of advantage. Now coming to the second tag, which is revisit after. This HTML tag is a command to robots to return to a page after specific period. So you are telling crawlers, you are instructing or giving commands to crawler that okay, revisit after 7 days, revisit to my page after 10 days, 15 days. So whatever time you want to mention, it is there, you can mention. This is simple. So this over here is very simple syntax, right? Meta name and then revisit after, that is the name of this meta, right? And then content is equal to 7 days. You can change this thing according to your requirement, but it's not working right now. Right now the bots are, the robots are, or the spiders are very smart. They know that when to come and what kind of crawl budget is there to spend on your website and all those things. So it is actually not required, and many people are again using this in nowadays also, but it is actually not useful. Then there is cache control related meta tag. This tag allows web publishers to define how often a page is cached, right? So generally these tags are not required. You can use HTTP header tag instead of this HTML tag, cache control. So it is again waste, right? We should not use these kind of tag. Then there is let me come to this part. There is geo meta tag. Google does not use geo meta tag to rank pages. So if you want to have any kind of geographical advantage, language kind of advantage, you can simply use href tag or the normal geo targeting, but do not use this geo meta tag. They are of no use, right? So these are the four meta tags that you should ignore because they do not carry any SEO advantage nowadays. And then there is expiration date related meta. So by this specific tag, you are basically telling crawlers or the bots that oh okay, this page is going to expire on so date, right? So you are basically defining the expiration date of your web page by using meta expiration date, right? So this is again a meta tag which is of no use. So I have discussed around five meta tags which are of no use as of now, but earlier some of them were very popular. Earlier, as I told you, keyword meta tag, that was super before 2009, right? So that's it. I believe you got to know about what kind of tags we should ignore. That's it about the basic SEO audit. So if you are having a new website, if you are getting a new website from any one of your client, what you are going to do is, first of all, you have to actually do a very basic audit of your website. And for that purpose, there are many tools, there are many free tools that you can actually use, right? So let's begin. And what you have to do is basically you just have to come to Google and you have to type free SEO audit, and here you are going to see some tools. The one very popular is SEO optimizer. So I'll be opening this SEO optimizer in one tab, and then you can also go for SEO site checkup. So these are the two tools which will give you some insights about the basic SEO audit, right? So they are not going to give you complete SEO audit, because for complete SEO audit, you have to divide your SEO audit process according to the different types of activities which are involved in SEO. For example, if you want to do the technical SEO audit, then you have to go to some Screaming Frog or WooRank kind of a tool, right? And if you want to analyze the headlines or something, so you have to go to headline analyzer kind of tool. And if you want to analyze the content of the web page, that is basically on-page SEO efforts, then you have to go to some content analysis related tools. So if you want to dig into search engine optimization audit for any website, then basically you have to rely on different tools. But what comes first is how we are going to do, or how we are supposed to do the basic SEO audit. So if you are getting any website of your client, or it is your website, then you can take the help of these kind of tools and do a very basic, very general audit, right? So I have two tools over here, and we'll be taking the example of WsCubeTech.com. So let's suppose we are copying this website over here, right, the domain, and we'll be entering it over here, and we are now going to audit, right, using SEO site checkup. It's a free tool, right? They do have their paid version also, but most of the times when we are doing basic SEO audit, that can be done using this free SEO site checkup tool also. So they are analyzing our website on various parameters, right? So this screen shows that how many checks we have passed and how many failed checks are there and what kind of warnings are there, how many warnings are there. So they are giving some overview of your audit over here. So we got like 89 out of 100, right? Now there are different parameters like meta title test. So the title is present or not, description is present or not, how your web page is actually looking in the Google search preview, the most common keywords that you are using on your web page, keyword usage test, cloud test, related test, right? Keyword related test. And then headings, are using headings or not. So these green check marks are showing that we are using all these things. Robot.txt is there, sitemap is there, broken link text. I'll suggest you, if you want to analyze broken links and all those things, then definitely you should go to some technical SEO tools like Screaming Frog or something like that, right? SEO friendly URL test, CSS test. So then you have these favicon, backlink test, Google Analytics is there on your website or not, JS related test, social media icons are present or not. So these are the different parameters like overview that we just saw, and then there is general SEO. Then there are speed related points for which your website is audited. Then there is server and security concern. So your website is audited around server and security concerns. Mobile usability, is it mobile friendly or not? And then some advanced SEO points are there on which your website will be evaluated. So these are the different factors on which your website is basically evaluated. So you will be getting some idea from here. You cannot completely rely on this tool that whatever things this tool is, whatever things this tool is telling us, those things are all absolutely perfect. And now we do not need to go to any other tool, or we do not need to do some manual things, manual cross check kind of things. It is not going to work that way, right? These tools just give you some idea, right? They just give you some idea, right? It's like 5% or 10% of your what actual audit looks like. So this thing is very important that we have to actually keep in our mind. We cannot simply rely on these tools. Like these are the only factors which are there in SEO audit. There are many other factors also that we have to consider. So they just give us some idea, right, on these few parameters. Now let us talk about the another tool also, which is SEO optimizer. So I'm putting same website over here also, right? So I'm putting WsCubeTech.com over here also, and it will again give us some. So this website will also audit our website based on different parameters, right? And we do have some report also, so you can download the report, right? So this report is downloaded over here. And another very important thing is what they are telling you, they are also providing you some suggestions over here, right? So if you're not able to understand what this most common keyword test does, then you can just hover on this small question mark icon, and then from there you can figure out what this actually means and how it is going to impact and what kind of information this test is carrying, right? So these are the different stuffs that are there in this free tool. And as I told you, there's again another tool, right? So this tool was giving us some numerical value out of 100, right? And this tool is giving us some alphabetical ratings, right? Now what they are suggesting is your page could be better, because right now it is like B minus, and the number of recommended improvements are there, right? So they are also analyzing our website on different parameters like SEO, usability, performance, social, and security. On security, we are good because they are looking for HTTPS and all those stuff that is already there on website. So security is not a concern for our website. It's all set, right? Social is again a good thing for us because we do have all the social media icons on our website, the links on our website, right? So we definitely passed, but performance is basically related to speed. So speed related issues are there on our website. So that is why here they are giving us a very poor rating. So they basically generalize, right? In performance, they are basically checking for 4 to 5 parameters, and out of those parameters, they just simply test that, okay, if this specific parameter is not meeting, right, or it is not happening, then your performance is like a low, right? And if those parameters, if the conditions are there, and if you are fulfilling the conditions or whatever they have their checklist over there, then your performance will improve. This is how it actually works. Usability and the basic SEO, right? Basic title tag, description tag, and H1 tags, the keywords, the cloud density, and then the density of the keywords. All those factors do actually come into this basic SEO audit thing. So now you can easily come down, and there are different child pages that you can see over here. SEO results. So SEO results, when we say SEO results, see the HTML headers, title, description, body, H1 tags, keyword consistency, keyword frequency, phrases, and everything is over here, right? So it is a bit it is looking a bit more detailed when we were comparing it with SEO site checkup website, but you can use any one of them, right? There's no issue, you can simply use any one of them, but try to use them only for the basic SEO audit. This is a very important thing. You cannot rely on these tools for your advanced SEO audit. So if you got any project from your client, then this is the first thing that you have to do. Just go through these websites and do a basic audit, that what they are actually telling us, right? So you can also download the report as we did from SEO site checkup. So they are giving us some PDF form of report. There are 5 failed checks and there are 41 past checks, and there are 2 warnings also. So you can take some ideas from there, right? And on what keywords you are ranking. So they are just giving you an overview kind of a thing. So the very basic audit can be easily done through these kind of tools. There are many tools also. I've given you examples of only 2 tools, but there are plenty of tools out there in the market. You can use any one of them. They all work on the same principle, same foundation, right? And new tools are coming each and every day. The tool is not a matter of concern over here. The important thing is that they are only doing the basic SEO audit. So I believe you got to know how these tools actually perform and what is basic SEO audit. Talk about Yoast plugin. It is a very important plugin from SEO efforts point of view, and whenever we want to do the SEO of our WordPress website, Yoast is a game changer kind of a plugin, right? So it's very popular among different search engine optimizers. So in this specific video, we will be basically taking an overview of this particular plugin, that what this plugin can do, what kind of options are there. Then afterwards, we'll be exploring more options of Yoast SEO plugin. So let us first install this plugin. So right now I am on this plugin section. Once you log into your WordPress admin, you just go to this plugin section, click on this add new. This is for the newbies. Basically, if they are new and they are learning SEO at a very basic level, then this video will be very much helpful for them. So let's search for our plugin, which is Yoast. So we just have to put Yoast over here and we'll install this Yoast SEO plugin, right? One of the most powerful, and you can see how many active installations are there. 5+ million active installations are there, on almost 27,000 plus ratings, that too 5-star rating. So it is great, right? This shows that the product is absolutely killer, right? And once we activate this, okay, it's done. Once you activate this thing, you will be able to find SEO section over here, right? This is the Yoast SEO, and here you can find that it is basically, the settings are basically divided into 5 categories: journal settings, search appearance, social tools, and the premium version also, because most of the features of Yoast SEO are free, but there is premium version also of Yoast that you can opt for if you actually require. Okay, so if you are a beginner, right, then I'll not suggest you to go for the Yoast SEO premium version. So you can do most of your SEO using free plugin itself, right? So you can see this one is the general section where we are having settings related to notifications, and there are some features, right? SEO analysis, which is on. I mean, what kind of services you want from Yoast, right? So you have XML sitemap feature over here, which is on, right? Integration, admin bar menu. So these kind of settings are here in the general settings. Then there is webmaster tool. So if you want to verify Google search console using Yoast plugin, that all thing you can actually do, right? So you just have to put your Google webmasters or the Google search console verification code over here, and you have to make the save changes. That's it, because you have installed Yoast SEO plugin on your website. There's no need to put that Google search console verification code directly into your header section, right? You can simply put it over here also, right? So these kind of options are there in this general category. When you come to this search appearance, then you have general, some general settings. Then you have content types, right? What kind of single post URLs will be there, what kind of your SEO title will be there, right? So there will be title, and there will be page, then there will be some separators and the site title, and then there is a description. So these kind of settings you are having here in content types. Then we have media related taxonomies, archives, breadcrumbs, right? Breadcrumbs are disabled over here, but we can basically enable those breadcrumbs using the Yoast SEO plugin itself, right? Then we have RSS feed settings options over here. So these are the different options that we have over here using this Yoast SEO plugin, right? And then there is social. Then there are some social settings also. So we can integrate our different social media platforms over here, like Facebook, Twitter, Pinterest. We all have these kind of options over here. And then we have tools related option, and the last but not the least is the premium section, right? So if you want to buy it, if you want to use some premium features of yours, that too is here, right? As we know that we have to do the SEO of our each and every individual page, right? So this is basically the general overview what we done so far, right? Now, as we know, as I just mentioned, that it is important for us to do the SEO of each and every page, right? So let's go to the page level and see what kind of Yoast settings are there, or what kind of features Yoast is providing us at that page level, so we can directly make some changes over there, right? So we'll go to pages. We just have to come over here, the pages section, and then we have to click on this all pages, and from here we will be redirected to our pages. So for example, let's choose one page which is contact us. There's no reason behind choosing page, I just randomly did it, right? So once you have your SEO plugin installed, right, once you have your SEO plugin installed, you have to come down, and here you will be finding your SEO section, right? SEO related section, and it is here, right? So this is it, Yoast SEO. You have to open it. So most of the time you will find it open by default, but still if it is closed, you have the option over here, you can open it. Then you have to put your focus keyword over here, which will be a focus keyword or the primary keyword for your this specific page. So now what we are doing is we are taking the help of Yoast SEO plugin, and we are trying to optimize a single page, which in this case is our contact us page, right? So how our contact us page will look like into Google search engine result page. Here is the snippet preview, and then there is SEO analysis, which is one of the most important feature or the most interesting options present in Yoast SEO. Now it will automatically do some analysis of your page, and it will provide you some suggestions. So what Yoast actually does over here is Yoast automatically identifies some problems. It basically does a audit kind of thing for your page, and it identifies the problems, and then there are some improvements and kind of suggestions for you, right? So what you have to do is you just have to come over here, the problem section, and whatever red is here, right, whatever red is here, what you have to do is you have to make them green, right? So once your problems are solved, once you are done with all these stuff, what will happen is your this red dot mark will disappear, and it will become green, which will say that okay, now you have done this thing, right? So no description length is here, and the text length is also very small over here, right? You can see there's no text in this page, so that is why they are prompting us that the text length which we used over here is quite small, and we have to uh, produce more text over here, right? Then image attributes are also missing on this specific page. So it basically, the Yoast plugin basically audits our page on the basis of some on-page factors, and then they give us the result. That is basically after the analysis, that what are your problems and what kind of improvements do you actually need, right? So this is how it actually works. So this is the first section which says SEO. Then you have readability related issues over here. See, so what I told you for this specific tab, that you have to make all these points or these bullets which we are seeing over here as green, right? So the red mark indicates that there are some problems, and the good result, right? Passive voice, subheading distribution is there, paragraph length is there, sentence length is great, everything is fine. So that is why we are having green over here. So we have to look for all these options and look for the suggestions, look for the problems, and we have to fix these things actually, right? Then we have schema section over here, and then we have social section over here. So these are the different options which Yoast SEO provides us. So if we come to the settings part of the Yoast SEO, then what we can actually say is Yoast settings. We are having some general settings, search appearance related settings, social settings, and tools related settings over here. And then we have this Yoast control bar kind of a thing, settings bar kind of a thing at the bottom of each and every page wherever you will go. So for that specific page, you can make SEO related changes using this Yoast SEO plugin. So guys, in the next video, we'll be talking about some more features which are there in the Yoast plugins. Talk about a very powerful extension, Chrome extension, which is going to assist us in our SEO effort. So the name of extension is SEO Quake, and it is a product of SEMrush. SEMrush is again a very powerful tool, powerful SEO tool, which helps us in identifying the keywords and also helps in identifying the keywords which are related to search engine optimization, as well as PPC keywords when we are working on Google Ads and we have to identify some keywords based on the bidding or the competitors. Then we can use SEMrush. So SEQuack is basically an extension which is developed by SEMrush itself. So it works with SEMrush, right? And again, it's a very popular SEO extension, right? SEO Chrome extension basically. So one thing I would like to clear in the very beginning is that we do not have to completely rely on these tools. One thing we have to make sure that we are not completely relying on these tools. We have to use our mind also, right? We have to use our human brain also. We cannot rely completely on this tool that whatever data they are providing is absolutely correct, and we do not have to do any cross check, or we do not have to use a brain. We just close our eyes and use whatever data they are showing us. It is not like that, right? Sometimes the data is basically corrupt, or data is not that accurate what you are actually searching for. So if you blindly, right, if you go blind and just follow that data, it is not going to work. So the important concept is that tools are just to give you a hint kind of a thing. They are not like you cannot completely, the most important thing is you cannot completely rely on the tools. They are just to help you, to support you. You are getting some data, you getting some insights, that's it. And then you have to use your brain to make decisions, right? So it is one of the very popular tools over there with respect to search engine optimization. So let's begin and see how it actually works. So right now I have installed this SEO Quack extension, and you can see right over here a very small toggle button is there, so you can on or off it according to your requirement. So what we are going to do is let me type some query here. I am typing a query. So it says India Times, right? India Times. Once you on this extension, let me show you. Once you on this extension, and what you are going to see over here is there are a lot of matrices. There's a lot of information itself, right, in this search engine result pages. So you are going to see so many information, so much of information on the search engine result page itself. And later when you go to the web page also, you will be able to figure out so many information, so many matrices and everything. So the important thing is that here you are going to see some basic information. So you also have to connect it to SEMrush, right? Sometimes you won't be able to see so many data over here. For that purpose, you have to connect it to SEMrush. Once it is connected with SEMrush, it is going to show you more data, because some of the tools are there with SEMrush only. So those tools do not get access through this extension, right? So for the proper data flow, or for proper insights, you have to connect SEO Quack along with SEMs. And that is why, let me tell you why they are doing this, just because they want you to create an account on the SEMrush, right? So here you can see that get domain authority visits and engagement data with a free SEMrush account. I'm zooming it. So they are prompting you to connect over here. So you have this option where you can definitely go and connect your SEMrush account with it. Then you'll be able to see some more information. That's it for this. We can say that search engine result page information. Now, once we go to our page, whatever page we want to analyze, once we go to this page, and you see if this thing is on, you are going to see so many information about different categories, right? With respect to search engine optimization, the basic is parameters. So there are different parameters, and there is score based on those parameters. So Alexa rank, from Alexa rank point of view, got 128 Alexa rank, then Google index is 267k, Bing index is 159k, SEMrush says 256. So there are so many things that you have over here, and these are the general things. Then you have backlinks information over here. For this, you again have to connect it to SEMrush. So you must have an account on SEMrush for this to work properly. And there is a display advertising thing also. So if they are doing any paid advertisements, right, they are running any ads, then you will be able to see all those things over here also. How many media ads are there, how many text ads there, how many popular text ads are there, the total ads, total publishers, total advertisers, all that information. So this comes under this display advertising tab. Then you have traffic analytics. For that, you again have to connect it to SEMrush. So the premium kind of tools or the premium kind of functionality that they shows you over here, but you have to connect it to SEMrush to get full insights. So we have these categories over here also. The page info, diagnosis, internal is basically related to internal links, and then there are external links. Then this is basically keyword density, and then there is comparison. So if you have 2, 3, 4 competitors, you can definitely put their URLs over here and you can get some insights on their competition related matrices, right? So once you go to this diagnosis, it's kind of a mini audit, right? Mini audit. So you see a URL, there are different parameters on this. Your page is analyzed. So the first one is URL. Okay, it's perfect. It is optimal. It is SEO friendly. That's it. Canonical tags are there. Title, there's some issue with the title, right? It's not good. Try to shorten title to 70 characters. That's what they are suggesting to India Times. And then there is meta description that they are saying it's fine, and meta keywords, which is now gone, right? Earlier they were having so much of importance. They were very popular earlier, right? But with time, as Google evolved, as they made so many changes in their algorithm, and they are becoming user centric, where main focus of Google is to satisfy the intent and the needs and the queries of the user. Now there is no need of this meta keyword. So that's what I told you earlier also, that yes, they were important long back, but now they are just there in the code. You can put them, but they do not have any importance. So it says it's 0 characters, 0 words. Then there is heading, how many heading tags and everything you are using, H1 to H6. Then there is images section, which says that all images have alt attribute, which is great. Then text to HTML ratio, then frames, flash not detected, which is a good thing, right? Flash is now not supported or not recommended by Google. They says that there should not be any flash element on your website, which basically disturbs crawler to crawl things. And is basically not good for crawling and indexing purposes. So Google recommends that you should not use any flash element on your website. Then there are micro formats, schema.org, which is a very great thing. If you are using structured data into your website, this is again a very great piece of thing, which transfers very important information about your website to the crawler, so that they can index your website properly, and that they can understand what kind of website you have, on what topic or what category website you have, so that they can index it properly, they can segment it into proper category, right? So schema is again a very important thing. Then the OG graph, Twitter cards, AMP, and Meta Viewport, robots, XML sitemaps, languages, doc type, encoding, Google Analytics must be there, right? Favicon, which is over here, small SQ kind of a thing. This shows that Favicon. So you can see IT, the logo of India Times over here, which is basically the Fav icon. So there are different parameters on which our diagnosis is done and you are evaluated. There are some greens, some reds, and you have to figure out what is working for you and what is not working for you. They are just giving you some diagnosis, kind of an audit, that what I told you, right? So you passed in 14 tests, what we can say, that 14 analytics, and then there are 3 errors and 5 warnings. You can go through them and see what they are suggesting you, right? So let me see if I hover on this or click on this tips, whether I'm getting anything. Yes, you are getting something over here. So you can pick the suggestions from here and you can see that whether you can implement or not. Anyways, again, the important thing is you cannot 100% rely on what the information they are giving you. So if you are an SEO guy, then it is important for you to figure out basically the important points over here and then use your mind. So then there are internal links related things, right? And there is external links related things. Typically we call them as backlinks. And then there is density. Okay, density, a thing that how many times a word is used, and their repeats, their density, their prominence found in, right? Everything is given over there. And then compare URLs. As I told you, if you have two or more than two URLs from competitors point of view, you can definitely go and compare them. So we have so much of things in this SEO Quack tool that you can also install. You can do a basic audit, and if you are new, then you can just have an overview kind of a thing of your website using these kind of tools, right? But they are not very super advanced, or we can say that super advanced is not the correct word. What we can say is they are not fully reliable, right? Their data cannot be completely trusted. Trust me, it is a very important time. It looks a very normal thing that okay, we are not going to trust the data, and we'll be exploring more to go deep into the data. But again, it's very important to realize that okay, any tool in this world is not perfect, so we have to use our mind after that once we get some insights from the tool. How can we actually connect our website with Google Search Console using Yoast plugin? So you can see over here, this one is our website, and now we have to connect this specific website with our Google Search Console, and the method that we are going to use is this Yoast SEO plugin. So let's begin. So here it is. We have to first go to Google Search Console because we have to collect the code from there, right? So we'll be coming to Google Search Console, and here we will be selecting a property, or we'll be creating a new property, right? So we'll be coming over here, we'll be clicking and we'll be selecting add new property, and over here we have to put our URL, right? So that's it. We have to click on continue. As soon as we are going to click on continue, it will give us a code, right? It will give us the options basically. First, that what are the different options that we can use to connect this Google Search Console with our website, right? So we will opt for this HTML tag thing. Okay, so here is the HTML tag. We will just copy it, right? We will just copy it, and then we will come back to our website, the backend of our WordPress website, and we'll be going to SEO. Over here we have to click on this general option, right? In general option, we'll find webmaster tools. We have to come to this webmaster tools. For the different consoles, we have different options over here. For now, we are sticking ourselves to Google verification only, right? That is Google Search Console. So we have to put our tag over here, which we actually copied from here, right? And then we will click on save changes. So in this case, we actually do not have to access the code manually. Like we are not going to appearance and then header.php, and then we are not putting this code over there. Right now, we are putting this code onto our website by using this SEO plugin only. So this is the power of Yoast SEO. We can basically connect our website with Google Search Console, right? So once you enter this code over here, what you have to do next is you just come back over here and you have to click on this verify, right? It will check verification and then you are done, right? See, you can easily find out over here that ownership is verified and the verification method, because there were different verification method. The verification method that we opted was the HTML tag. So it is showing over here, and now we have to click on go to property. Now it's all done. The basic setup of Google Search Console is now done. So you can see Percham classes is written over here, and the other things which are related with your website are also showing over here, right? So that is it. That is it. If your website is new, right, it is brand new, then you won't be getting these kind of stats over here, right? So this is the one method which you can use to connect Google Search Console with your website using Yoast plugin. So that's it for this specific video. See you in the next video with some more information. Till then, goodbye.